That one was spicy.
So the Warriors have to play 48 minutes.
I think it's going 7. I have the Nuggets in 7.
Ant-Man, Batman, Watchman, Lakers at 5.
Well, it's money time now.
What's up, y'all? Sorry, I'm kind of in the middle of a conference thing, but thank you guys for helping us out. I don't know if y'all can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear.
Okay.
So what's going on for this show today?
Tonight we doing well, I got to drop off, but the plan was to do the NBA the preseason ranking, like where you're ranking all the teams as we go into preseason and I guess into the start of the season where you see these teams as far as I guess a power ranking kind of thing where you see who's going to be good from the start, who's might need to build some chemistry, all of that.
It's gonna be a tier listing thing, or I think
really.
I think it would be an easier way to depict everyone's opinions, though.
Okay, with the tier list.
Yeah.
I could. We can do that. So
What live right now, right?
yeah. I thought y'all were ready. My bad. But I went ahead and started it.
Nice. So who do you think is going to be like the best team in the league? And I mean, I think it's kind of obvious, but then who do you also think is, have a chance to beat them?
Yeah. Who do you think OKC is the overwhelming top team still in the current NBA?
Yep, and then adding on to the fact that now everyone is healthy, you have another year for all the young guys that's on the team, and you can realistically believe that all of them gets better. Well, not all of them, but at least some of them get better because all of these players are under the age of 26, outside of like Shea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean,
and it's
they built quite a team. And I think they should be one of the favorites. I don't know if I would say the favorites. I don't know if they take a step back a little bit, but I just need to see how they start the season.
The reason why I don't know if they will take a step back is because if you look at past champions that play also teams that do tend to take a step back, it's usually champions who are usually older, where they're like, okay, we've already won a champion going 100%. We don't need to go 100% the next year and possibly force an injury or anything. We need to be ready and fresh for the playoffs. But these players are very unique in the sense that they're all young. Like every one of these players are 22, 23, 24, 25. The only few players that are older than that is Alex Caruso and Isaiah Hartenstein. Yeah. And even Shea is barely over like 25. I believe he's 26 going on to 27. Yeah. So all of these young players have a lot of energy and they're all good to great defenders outside of like Isaiah Joe. So that whole premise of like, yeah, they could take a step back because of, champions fatigue, that doesn't really work with these guys because young players tend to always like play as hard as possible. That's always been a young players thing. And then when you add on to the fact that they didn't have a center for stretches of the season,
Mm-hmm.
and they were having to play J-Dub at the center position. And now you presumably you won't have that same issue again. I think that's another thing that's going to allow them to have a similar record, if not better, because if one of them still stays when the other is injured, and everyone else, at least one of these bench players or Chet or J-Dub gets better, like there's only going up from now. That's how I feel. Granted, the comp is a bit better now, so but I just think that's my opinion on that, to be honest.
Okay, so well, since we kind of going to do this tier wise, let's do. Do you want to start with the top tier teams? Who do you think are pretty much are in the conversation for championships? So we already said OKC. Any other team that you feel is top tier that's going to definitely be in the conversation for a 2026 finals run or championship? What other team do you have in mind?
Sorry, could you repeat yourself? I didn't quite catch you.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm on my phone. I was saying, since we're going to do it kind of in a tier way, who do you think are the tier that are, you would say, are championship contenders that should be in the conversation to be in the finals with how their team is currently constructed?
I think I have the Cavs possibly making it down, making it to the finals. I think, of course, like they're probably the best team in the East. I think the Nuggets have a good chance, and then that's pretty much like the only team I realistically can see beat the OKC.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, the Cavs have like an issue where one of their guards are just gonna get absolutely torched by the OKC defense in Darius Garland. I just don't see him being able to really consistently dribble drive against this team, because this team has so much speed, length, athleticism to allow him to just constantly beat them without them plugging up the lanes or forcing him to pick up his dribble, even though, you know, he's a very elite ball handler. It's just, I don't know how he's ever going to be able to generate good looks for himself consistently against this team. That's my issue, though.
Okay, and I agree with the Cavs. I think they should definitely be seen as the favorite out east.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Knicks can give them a run for their money. I'm not completely sold on the Knicks, but I think they have a very good chance of getting out the East, because the East right now is probably a 2-3 team race, if we're being honest. And I like your Nuggets pick. I think the Nuggets will be very much better this season. And if Jokic even has similar to the same his play is similar to last season, they're going to be just insane to try to beat. But like you said, OKC is just young, and that's one thing that we haven't seen in a while, where a championship team has a young core, and a young core that's getting better every season. So they don't have a true big drop off unless they just don't progress anymore, which you would think they would, because they're such a tight team. So yes, I think OKC, I'm gonna say Cleveland, New York, the Knicks, and the Nuggets. You know, you're not too confident on Houston.
Especially, you've heard that what's called Fred is injured, right? Yeah. Especially after that, like they already would have issues, creating opportunities. How do I say this? They already have issues generating open threes and taking open threes and hitting them at an efficient clip, and then you remove the person that is going to be a large majority of the shot creation from behind the arc, and their best playmaker. I mean, passer, playmaker, table setter. Like you're then asking them to pray that KD can do that for them,
Yeah.
or if Sengun could do that for them majority of the time, which is I just don't think any of those two can reach the stage where they can just consistently run the offense like that. So, and then that's my issue with that.
Okay.
I know.
Okay. So would you put them in the tier below? So
Yeah,
those
I think,
are who we feel are the contenders. How about the teams that are on the cusp where there's a potential of them getting to the finals or to the conference finals, but they're not quite ready for the big stage?
to me, they're on the same tier as the Timberwolves.
Okay. And you think they fit that description? They fit that bill that they're just not quite there, but they can get to the conference finals and be a factor.
Yeah, I think they're pretty much what the Timberwolves are. Like, Timberwolves are a piece away from being able to contend like that, or Anthony Edwards' progression, or Jaden McDaniels' progression. They just need some of their young players to progress into certain. It was cool. The Timberwolves issue is kind of similar to the Rockets, where it's not that they have a 3-point shooting issue. They have a issue with the playmaking. Because right now they're just mainly preying on Anthony Edwards' playmaking, decision making, and also Julius Randle. But then they also need a better a better secondary or main contributor on the playmaking aspect, because one of the things that hasn't been tapped in is Anthony Edwards' off-ball game, which I think he actually can get to the stage where he should be really good as an off-ball player. Like, one of the things I've always understood about him is that he came into the league being a good catch and shoot player, but he's never had a player to really, play alongside who can really weaponize that, other than Mike Conley. But Mike Conley is now just cooked, so. Yeah.
I mean, he's getting up there. He's getting up there in age. So yeah.
Yeah.
So you got Minnesota. I guess we kind of established Houston as one of those teams that are kind of right under contenders. Who else would you consider? Would you consider a team like
both
Milwaukee?
LA teams? I'd say both LA teams. The Milwaukee to me is both LA teams fall under the category of what's called the Minnesota Timberwolves and the Rockets. I think another team I would say is, I'm not gonna lie, I think you said the Bucks. I think Bucks also is kind of like there, but I think they're below the other two teams, the other teams that I spoke about.
I mean, that's fair. Yeah,
they're
it's going to be a tough season for them because they had a lot of turnover and change. I feel that they're going to have to show us who they are early this season.
Mm-hmm. They're literally going to be playing with a bunch of me and you and Giannis. I'm sorry. I get these other players. Gary Trent Jr., a really good 3-point shooter, was one of the biggest reasons why that game was called. They were able to go to, I believe it was 6 that they lost in. A KPJ, a really good addition. The good defender, actually has a really good playmaking chops. Soon as he left the Clippers, could actually shoot. Ryan Rollins, who I'm curious about, who he's going to be this season, because he could be a swing factor. They picked up Miles Turner, but I was going
to ask what you think about the Miles Turner pickup.
I mean, he fits what they need, but I don't know if that means too much. If you get what I'm saying, because Miles Turner also has issues where he just do you know in the finals that he shot, I want to say something like 15%, and all of his shots were classified as wide open or open. So he shot 15% on wide open shots in the finals. That's an issue.
That's a big issue. But he could be a good. I think he'll be a good running mate with Giannis. Something he hasn't had. I mean, Brook Lopez was okay for a season or two, but
can we boot the person below me?
Yeah.
Can you boot the guy below me?
What was that?
Can we boot the guy below me?
Oh, Anunoby?
No, casual. Boot this guy.
Chat!
All right.
And he's here, man.
Yeah, let me turn.
The man's here, man. Nah. Turn me up. Turn me up, chat.
Whoa. That was crazy.
Hey, man, you know I had to pull up on my boy C-Dub. Go Cass.
Appreciate
the big one, not the little one.
The big one, not the little one. All right.
Yeah, I thought Big Nige would be here, but he
the little one, because he out here ducking phase, man. We're supposed to be out here slandering Jordan.
Exactly. Oh man.
Supposed to be slandering niggas.
Yeah, I don't know what he. I tried to get him on, but he said he.
Man, Zeno, man, you's a sad.
I'm sad for what? You being weird.
Ah, man, y'all out here disrespecting the Bucks, man.
What? How am I disrespecting?
Somebody playing with a bunch of me and yous, man.
And then I proceeded to explain that what's called what I was explaining it as, which is, yes, I understand the talent that there's on this team. And I was speaking about all these players that were swing factors, if you was listening. But I said my issue is that this team is just not talented enough. That was my whole premise.
But you said they're playing with a bunch of me and you.
Yes, they are. And when in contrast to the Cavs, OKC, yes, they're playing with a bunch of me and yous.
I mean, that's the creme de la creme. Why are we comparing them to the creme de la creme?
But that's the point. That's the point. Like, if you're going to say, because this is the whole point, is the two teams that we see are going to be in the finals are the Cavs and OKC or the Nuggets. You're going to be comparing this team to those three teams because those are going to be the opposition that you want Giannis or the Bucks to play against. And I'm saying that the team construct themselves is just not on the same tier as them.
But I disagree with that. I disagree that the structure of the roster himself. Now, and we're talking about sole talents. Like, do we have a Evan Mobley to Donovan Mitchell like the Cleveland Cavaliers? No. Do we have a J-Dub to a Shea like OKC? No. Do we even have a Karl Anthony Towns to a Jalen Brunson? No. But do we actually have viable depth? Absolutely. For this entire offseason, have been listening to people downgrading the talent that's on this roster. I want everybody to keep in mind, KPJ was one of the league's best rotational pieces as soon as he got back into the league on the Clippers. He just so happened to get traded to us. And he even performed better on our roster than he did in the Clippers uniform. Yes.
CW.
Nate, stop me when I'm lying. Stop me when I'm lying, Zeno.
CW. You know the funniest part is, you know the nigga wasn't listening. You know the nigga
No. I'm going based off of what you just said. Fuck what you said before I came in this month.
Yeah, because
casual here, chat. We putting pressure on this.
Because I literally came in talking about how KPJ was playing really well for your team. In fact, got better coming from the Clippers to here because he actually, for some reason, he leaves the Clippers and can now actually shoot from behind the arc. Talked about his playmaking and him being good defensively for you.
It was really because he's more of a shot creator than he is like a set shooter, and playing alongside Harden than them. Yeah,
but he was getting most of his. KPJ handles. He was getting most of his gun off when Harden wasn't playing. So
but even then, he's still sharing ball handler responsibilities with like Chris Dunn when Chris Dunn was on playing backup as well. And then not all of those minutes were without Harden on the floor. And that's also including minutes where he's also playing alongside Kawhi when Kawhi got back.
Yeah, but Kawhi can also play on off ball, so it's not like they were forcing the ball in his hands.
I'm not saying what he can't do. I'm talking about how they actually utilized him. They actually had Kawhi also playing on ball as well, having to create things. They weren't just having. It wasn't like in Milwaukee where the Giannis is on the floor or not. KPJ has he has more level of responsibility in terms of decision making, deciding how this play pans out. He had more of that in Milwaukee. Hence, he's able to get himself into rhythm. So he's taking shots more or less off of the bounce. Whereas in the Clippers uniform, he's having to follow a offensive concept because there's more offensive options that are better suited to have the ball in their hands than him. Does that make sense?
Mm.
And then also him playing alongside Gary Trent Jr. because he played a lot of minutes on the back end, especially when Dame went down with the Gary Trent Jr.'s, the Taurean Princes, Bobby Portis when he came back. So he had more spacing on the floor than and Brook. So he had a lot more spacing on the floor than I think a lot of people give like the Bucks credit for with compared to the Clippers. Because like Brook, Zubac.
Are you still talking about the shooting aspect or what?
Yeah, I'm talking about like the quality of shots for him individually when him having the ball in his hands is going to be a little bit more easier for him to do that playing with the specific lineup that he was playing with.
But the thing is, like the reason why I should have specified 3-point shooting is because when he was on the Clippers, the mid-range shooting was never an issue. It was the 3-point shooting.
Okay.
And that doesn't really change if Brook Lopez is out there on the court or Zubac. So
you talking about like threes specifically. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's actually what I'm talking about because to be honest, his mid-range shooting was fine, was actually good on the Clippers. That's actually one of the main reasons why he was still getting like actual burn. It was everything else, like not everything else, but just his 3-point shooting, whether it's catch and shoot or off the dribble, that was cooked.
Yeah. And
then he came to your team, and then he just automatically just reminded himself, "Oh yeah, I can actually, create." and that's how I was like, "Oh wow."
He started creating for himself. But I'm saying you playing alongside with KPJ being there, Gary Trent Jr. being there. Taurean Prince being there. I understand the name Taurean Prince makes niggas giggle, but bro, that nigga actually can shoot the fucking basketball. And especially on a roster alongside Giannis, you need as much spacing at different positions as possible. Now, part of the reason that I'm a little skeptical with Taurean Prince is because I'm interested to see this season if Doc Rivers actually has him play his position for more than 23 minutes in a fucking game. If that nigga's going to play 30 minutes, I would like him to play 30 minutes at small forward. For some reason, Doc Rivers has this fucking fantasy, this wet dream with having Taurean Prince play at the 2-guard spot. And it don't work. He tried it against Indiana, and it got us fucking fried. In the first 2 games, he had Taurean Prince starting at the 2 before Dame came back, and we were getting cooked. We were getting fucking cooked. It was crazy. So he got to play the 3. But Bobby being a spacer, Miles Turner being a spacer.
Wait, you guys still have Bobby Portis? Tough.
Yeah, you didn't know we resigned him.
Tough.
He's coming off of the bench, man. We need that.
Yeah, you niggas are so unserious. Oh,
bro, our big depth is that's our.
Yeah, then you guys should have got fucking Chris Boucher. I don't want to say to you, dog.
Who? I didn't even know he was. I didn't know he was free.
He was, and until he got signed by the Celtics. You niggas are so unserious. I was
the Celtics signed him. Oh, they said fuck Al Horford.
Yeah, I was sat here screaming for you guys to get J Huff. You niggas don't want him. Now you niggas don't even want Boucher too. Yeah, you niggas.
And he went to Indiana too.
Yeah, because I'm like, bro, J-Huff is literally an archetype of a big that you guys love. A 3-point shooting big you could rim run and rim protect.
But I told you, Bobby wasn't going anywhere because Brooke had to go. Brooke's the older guy. And to be fair, nah, Bobby is, man, stop hating on Bobby, man. Bobby is good. How are you? You know, Bobby is good. He's giving you 14 and 8 on a healthy year, 14 and 10, while shooting plus 1-2% above league average from 3. Like you don't have that many people, especially with like the volume that he shoots it at the big spot. He's actually, I can make an argument that he's a rarity in terms of what he provides.
Yeah, and I can argue I don't want that rarity. That's what I'm saying to you, dog. You can be rare and you can be rare away from me.
But the contract we got him on, we could sell, like we could flip.
How much is it?
I can get you that exact number. It's crazy that Basketball Reference still has not implemented contracts just yet.
Just go to Spot Track. I think Spot Track should be able to show you.
Okay, I got you.
It's like spelling Sport Track but without the K. But yeah, while you're doing so, Ryan Rollins, I also explained how I'm actually very intrigued, like what he's going to be this season for you guys, or if that 3-point shooting is actually real.
I hope so.
If it's real, it's gonna be like he might actually end up starting over
starting point guard over KPJ.
Yeah,
I like that.
KPJ. Because you then just get another 3-and-D guy next to Giannis, which is really good. Who could also run pick and roll, and that'd be really good for you guys.
He'd definitely be good for us. And I like the upside of him defensively. Because I think that with his length, he could be able to create more fast break opportunities getting to the pass lanes. And then he also is like very like, because he's more than not consistent at being able to keep up on the perimeter in isolation moments. So I like Ryan Rollins' upside. I just think that the offense has to come together for him to really truly get burned. But if he could bring that up, because I like KPJ, but I don't think KPJ is a starter in this league. I think he's more of a microwave, especially with the way in which he scores. He often deviates from the offense, and players that can be able to score in bunches that deviate from the offense, they often excel through, coming off of the bench, where you're typically going against the second unit that's not that consistent at executing the offense anyway. But Bobby is making $13.4 million this year. Next year he'll make 14.5, and then he will have a player option where he'll be making 15.5 in 2028 season, and then he'll be an unrestricted free agent. That is money that we could be able to flip whenever, to be quite honest with you.
First, I just think Boucher would have just been better for you guys. I
1,000% agree. And to be honest with you, I probably would have been outraged if I would have knew that he was out there. But then again, we got Miles Turner, so it's hard to say that. You can't have a perfect off season.
I mean, because the notion of you could even. I'm pretty sure you could have even signed and traded him too. That's the crazy part.
Who, Bobby?
Yeah, because I think Boucher was under contract. I think they did not sign and trade. I think they did trade it for him. I'm not necessarily sure. I'll check soon. But I know for a fact that you niggas probably should have gone for Boucher. Because having two bigs who can shoot, who could space the floor, run pick and roll, also could be a love threat and isn't bad defensively. But Porters, it would be really nice to have next to Giannis. But Bobby isn't a shot chucker.
Bobby's a good screener. That's crazy. Crazy.
You said he's in a good screener. I said defender.
He's a solid defender.
And on this conversation, let's move on.
If Jokic can be a average to net positive defender, why Bobby can't?
I knew he was gonna be on this.
This is crazy, man.
I knew he was gonna be on some.
I expect better.
As soon as you said Bobby Porter's neutral, I knew he was gonna be on some bullshit, dog.
Hey, what's good, Iron Man? What's good? I guess we're running the show now. I don't know.
Yeah, the host of the show kind of is in a conference, I believe he said.
Oh, he's in a conference right now. Okay.
Yeah. Do you have like the ability to like share screen and stuff?
Yeah. Well, do I? Let me see.
Because if you do, we might as well do a tier list version of this so that we can have our opinions actually just out there and shit.
He would have to show it. Yeah, I don't have that power. Fuck.
Yeah, my fault, guys. I thought my whole co-host was going to be here, so I didn't prepare like I.
No, it's cool. It's cool. Can you give me the power to be able to share my screen?
No, I'm old.
Is he perfect in the track? Travis is there?
I'm old.
So I'm trying to figure out how I can give you that. Like if you pull it up, because I saw it up there, I'll put it on the screen.
Yo, what's good, Iron Man?
Okay. Bet. I got you. You want to do it? You want to do a tier list of what?
We had started out doing a tier list of, I guess, who are the contenders, who are right. We put the Bucks. We did the contenders,
exactly.
And then like teams
okay,
right
so
under that, and then
So we're doing title favorites, contenders.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. You better put what's called one at the top and just say OKC, and then put contenders.
Damn, you're that high on OKC? I didn't know that. All right,
bro. Let's keep it real.
Wait, hold on. Let's finish this. All right, so contenders. We got title favorites, contenders, and then what else? Here, let me share my screen, by the way, so we can set this up.
I would say pretenders and lottery teams.
Pretenders, lottery teams. Okay, I got you. Chat, look at me, man. I'm over here cooking shit up, man. I'm cooking shit up. All right, pretenders, lottery team.
Damn, my screen just fast screen. Salute to you. 1 second.
Okay. All right, chat. We're gonna need y'all to help if we end up at a tie. So,
yo, why is OKC gonna be sharing a squad with someone else, bro?
Hey.
Yeah, you said. But to go back on my like OKC spiel, the whole issue with like to add on to what I was trying to say earlier when I was speaking to CW, the whole premise of how people were thinking, OKC could have been beaten last year mainly was to do with how young they are and how they haven't gone far in the playoffs and all of those type of conversations.
Mm-hmm.
They won the chip. That has nothing to do. They have nothing to do with that anymore. So I want to say to you, firstly. Secondly, they've already been put into situations where they needed to understand, okay, this is how we're going to run our offense down the stretch of games. This is how we're going to get to certain spots on the court and actually generate good looks for everybody. They have certain things that they're able to get past now, where before they didn't know what to do or how to do it. But they've been in literal wars, like against the Nuggets. They literally managed to understand how to navigate the actual game and how to actually close games down the stretch of close the game down the stretch of the time. And then in the finals, they also had to learn about that as well. So yes, they're still not going to be nearly as seasoned as certain other champions just because of how young they are. Mm-hmm. But this whole they don't know how to close games thing, that shtick has to end, because they literally were able to close series a close series against certain teams. So that's one of the biggest things people used to say to them last year that just doesn't make sense
But I feel
anymore.
like to be fair though, I do think that they still might say it this postseason or not this regular season, that they not believers just simply because of the fashion in which they were winning these games. Like I agree with you, they were figuring it out how to out execute down the stretch, but it was primarily on the defensive end. That they were realizing it was primarily, I'm not saying it was all defensively, but primarily they realized, oh shit, we have advantages defensively that most of these teams, if not all of these teams, have no answer to. The fact that they could be able to say to a Denver Nuggets team that in the postseason, I think they were either the best or the second best offense, depending on how you feel about Indiana's offense. In the entire association, and OKC made them look pedestrian at times, with different schemes. One time they'll throw Chet and Hardenstein at Jokic. The next time they'll throw Lou Dort on him when he's on the perimeter to try to bother him from either even getting the ball without having to give up more space. And then the next time they would hassle Jamal Murray with Caruso. And then the next time they would put Caruso on Jokic specifically to be able to hassle him on the post. Like the fact that they had that type of flexibility was amazing. It was really just outstanding to watch. But on the offensive end, there was a lot of times where the game should have been over. But the game ended up coming back to them because they were making constant missteps. There's a lot of times of Shea having tunnel vision, looking for his shot rather than just giving the ball up and allowing the offense to still flow. There's a lot of times of, people's sporadic shooting ability showing his ugly head, and like somebody like Lou Dort have games at home where this nigga shoot lights out, then he'll go on the road. And it look like this nigga doesn't know how to shoot anymore. Or a nigga like J-Dub having constant moments of trying to figure out exactly where he fits in the grand scheme of things on the offensive end when Shea's on the court versus when he's off the court, he looks far more comfortable. Cason Wallace is another one as well, like still trying to figure out exactly his place on the offensive end. Like I feel like for the critics that were on OKC last year for, not really believing in their consistency, I don't think they really shut them up. More so they told them, hey, we don't need to do that. There's other ways to skin a cat.
But my thing is, like, my semi-rebuttal to that is that they've been shutting the door on people the whole season. So they've already been to the stage where they've been understanding how to utilize their length and their speed to actually bother offensive teams. I think the biggest thing that they learned down the stretch of these games was how to out-execute teams offensively, because they started to realize there's times, especially in the Nugget series, defensively was still keeping them in the game. And that was happening throughout the whole series, whether it was in game 5 or whether it's in game 1. It was the defense was always there. It was always there to the point where they could be in these games throughout the whole series. I think what they actually learned was how to navigate certain coverages against Shea and J-Dub and learn how to actually constantly get to the rim or get to the mid-range where they can actually generate good looks for themselves. And that's what actually is what I'm going to say is something these critics can't really say anymore. If you want to still say about J-Dub, fairs, but to say that about Shea, you can't really say that about Shea no more, because Shea is actively shown, no one can stay in front of me in the playoffs. I've gone to the stage where you really can't stop me from the mid-range. I'm too good as a foul drawer for you to play physical with me. And I've even shown in the finals, bro, I'm to the stage where I can actually have games where I have 10 assists. I can really be
the offensive. I could be an offensive hub.
Exactly.
Like the total package. Yeah.
Exactly. And I think that's the main thing, because realistically, I agree with you. the whole defensive coverages, how they're able to show all of those things. I agree with you. But that's something that they've already been. Like that defensive juggernaut, they've already shown that. People have had issues and questions about their offense because they didn't know if the Lou Dort shooting was actually fake. They didn't know if all these shooting from all these the guards and the wings were actually true. And then you go into the postseason and a lot of them just can't shoot. Even J-Dub and also Shea is struggling to shoot. So that's why I'm saying I think it was more offensively. People had doubts rather than their defense, because there's only so much you can say after you're seeing them blitz every other team defensively with their speed, athleticism, how great they are, rotation, like all of those things. You just can't you can't sit there, watch that in the regular season and say, yeah, no, it's not going to happen in the playoffs. Like if you're going to do that, you're just literally ignoring what they do as a defense.
I agree with you. Again, I'm with you. If anybody by now doesn't believe that they could still win the title, that they should be the favorites to come out of the Western Conference and ultimately win the championship again, based off of what they saw offensively, just completely ignoring the defense. Those are complete nonsensical idiots at that point. But at the same time, the criticism and the concern, because I am concerned a little bit about the offense and how that's going to develop. Because to be fair to OKC, there's a lot of young guys on this roster. Shea has been there, has been in the NBA for, some of the longest outside.
I want to say 7 years.
Yeah, since 2018, right? 2018-19 season.
Yeah.
19. So he's been around for a minute, to where he knows
7 years.
He sort of has honed in on his offensive craft, and that's why you see the play that you see today. But people like Casey Wallace still have some growing to do. People like Jalen Williams, a guy who came up big in that Nuggets series, he still has some growing to do. Lou Dort is still constantly, flourishing in like a consistent offensive path for himself. And then that's before you get into J-Dub, who, I mean, a lot of people is expecting for him to jump into all NBA territory, especially with Tatum being out. That's another forward opponent that he doesn't have to worry about. He has a serious opportunity to, make waves, but the offensive end, I think, is a legitimate concern. But all that being said, though, I still agree with you. These niggas are title favorites, bro. I don't know why niggas is trying to put guys like the Denver Nuggets, the Lakers, the Clippers.
Lakers. Hey, I'm not gonna any nigga that is trying to say any team that is not the OKC and maybe the Nuggets. Yeah, I'm not trying to listen.
Join me on Twitter, brother. Join me on Twitter.
Yeah,
some nasty shit going down.
Them niggas just they're trying to get the whole if that actually happens. See, I told you they're trying to get that a gotcha moment, because there's no way you can see what they did to teams all season long. Saw what they did in the finals, also in the playoffs, and then said, "Yeah, no, the Lakers can win now because they have a big."
Niggas trying to make comments that making ideas about the Houston Rockets actually being a viable threat to the Oklahoma City Thunder is beyond fucking me. Like they if you ask me, Houston is just OKC light at this point. In terms of like their identity, they're gonna put the basis of their offense is gonna be, especially with Fred VanVleet being out with ACL. Hope you get better. It's gonna be primarily, if not solely, on KD to deliver, and you doing that is it's equivalent to what OKC is asking Shea to do. The difference is Shea is like 10 years younger than that nigga. So like I don't know. We've lost the plot, but I'm with you. Like OKC is title favorites. I also think the next team we should talk about is Cleveland. Because I think Cleveland, probably in both of our minds, that's probably the team that should be the second best team in the NBA, right?
Yeah. With Cleveland, bro, their swing. I don't even know what their swing factor is. Like, the swing factor is Darius Garland's health. That's the thing I would say. And then I'd also just see what is Evan Mobley going to be this year. That's my curiosity. Like, what is the development path he's taken? Is he going to be a better passer playmaker? Is he going to be a more dominant scorer? Like, that's what I'm curious about.
I want to see something.
If you talk about his 3-point shooting, he shot 40% on like 3.
No, I'm not even worried about that. I know that nigga was a good placer. Fuck. Okay. Nah, they can't get off of that nigga. I was about to say, I guess this regular season is the year of Jared Allen, seeing exactly when he gets moved, if he gets moved by trade deadline. Because I'm sorry, at this point, I don't see Cleveland making it. I don't see Cleveland winning the championship or making it past, let's say, the New York Knicks with Jared Allen on the floor.
I don't think Jared Allen's the problem. That might be me. I think the problem is that they have a small backcourt, and I just don't think Darius Garland fits this team long run. If you want to win right now, I genuinely don't think so. But
I think when they lost to Indiana, it was more than just injuries. Yeah, because there was a lot of. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go.
No, because there was a lot that was going on during that series, and there was moments where they actually could have still won, even with Darius Garland being off of the floor, even with Evan Mobley being off of the floor. Like I think it was game 3. Was it game 3? Or game 4?
You talk about when it was called D-Mitch went for like 45, and then they just lost in the
and they lost down the stretch. Yeah. And primarily the reason for that was Jared Allen was being stretched out and spaced out to the point in which it was like hard for him to be able to cover space while also coming back to, cover the rim.
Cover the rim, yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And so I think it's a double-edged sword because on one hand, I think if Evan Mobley's there, that issue isn't as – and Evan Mobley's healthy, I don't think that problem is that frequent. Right, because you have two bigs. He's a lot more mobile, so he would be able to go out there and cover space while Jared Allen covers the paint. So it makes sense. But on the other side, on the offensive end, how many times have we saw them give up wins primarily due to the fact that they have two primary interior presences covering the same area? And it's like, yeah, I understand Evan Mobley can be able to space the floor out, but he's not like Miles Turner. He is at his best when he's at the rim, when he's getting to the rim. And so I feel like Jared Allen is just going to, at some point, he's going to have to get out of the way so that Evan Mobley can have more space to play.
But I also think we could get to the stage where it could be like a stage where he starts developing skills that makes him not need to actually have to play the 5 to maximize him. Like, I know this is a little bit of a weird comparison, but I think you'll start understand it. Like a Ben Simmons Embiid situation where like Ben Simmons is essentially a rim running big because and that caused issues with Embiid for a long period of time because Embiid needs like inside to be the main inside presence. And that's why he was taking a lot more jumpers and trying to be a better spacer from behind the arc because, I mean, Ben is taking a lot of like real estate downhill and that kind of fucks with Embiid's like floor spacing in itself. That's why he got better when they started playing 4 out, 1 in.
Yeah.
I think that's the same thing that could be said when it comes to Mobley as well. But I think Mobley could actually do a similar thing to what Embiid did, which is like develop the jump shooting to the point where it's not going to mean as much. It's not going to be as detrimental as it is right now offensively compared to before, is what I'm trying to say.
He could, let's say he does develop it. I don't know if it's that. I don't know if it's as beneficial to him as it is to Embiid. And the reason why I say that is because Embiid spacing to the mid range was more than just it was more than just him being able to like negate the spacing issue between him and Ben Simmons operating in the same zone. It was also how multifaceted it made his repertoire, if you will, when defenses is guarding him, because he already had the post game, he already had the ability to shoot threes. The mid range just sort of doubled down on forcing the defense to have to hone in on him, and then at that point, it was like, you know what I'm saying, like you sort of have to pick your poison with him as a scorer. With Mobley, I don't think Mobley doesn't have the post game of Embiid by any stretch of the word, right? And even as a spacer, I don't even think Evan Mobley has the confidence to take some of the shots to force the defense to adhere to his spacing like an Embiid does. Right?
I think he's actually very willing to take threes. I think he's
no. It's not willing to take threes. I'm saying when Embiid is in that Celtics series in 23, right? Yeah. Part of the game that pushed it to 7 was Embiid taking threes, not necessarily with the intent of, oh yeah, I'm trying to make it. Like, he obviously is trying to make the three, but he's also taking the three to force the Celtics to have to, don't back off of me. You have to stay with me. And I think when it comes to Mobley, as we saw in that Indiana series, when he came back, he was grabbing the ball at the top of the key, and rather than just pulling up and shooting to force the defense to hone in on him, he wanted to put the ball on the floor to attack towards the rim. Now, I
also say that is one? What I was gonna say is, one, he's just better getting downhill and forcing him to make decisions there, and then two, I would also just say he's also a lot younger, so his Embiid's decision making as a scorer is a lot more polished, because at that stage of his career, I think Embiid's like 28, 27. Like, he has a lot more. He has a lot more age and experience actually utilizing utilizing his skill set to force defenses into compromising situations, compared to Evan Mobley, this is his first year of actually being like a real offensive threat, like with the ball in his hands.
That's fair. However, that's fair. The Joel Embiid point, I think that's a great point. But also, I think to the first point that you were making about him being better as a driver, or better as a rim pressure, I agree. I agree with you, and that's why I'm saying what I'm saying. I think for him being more excelling more as a dominant rim runner, that's why you need the space at the rim for you to be able to get there to ultimately finish, or to be able to progress more as a foul grifter. We know that's how Giannis started to round about his package, was him getting downhill and getting small little counters as he getting downhill for him to be able to gain fouls and shit like that, to continue the pressure on the defense. Now, if we're talking about Evan Mobley getting a floor space at the center spot, like they swap out Jared Allen for a floor spacer, I all bets is off. But as currently constructed, I don't think Jared Allen makes much sense on the offensive end with Evan Mobley, because it seems like Evan Mobley would have to change his style more than the other way around. And that's not how it should be. Because I think Evan Mobley as a downhill threat is already like upwards of like the upper echelon. When it comes to bigs specifically.
Yeah, so King's Speech Row, he said, y'all on the second team. Yeah. And then he said, y'all not doing all 30 teams, are you? And I think, yeah, we're probably going to be doing that. Yeah. It's just that right now we have a lot of opinions when it comes to the Cavs. I'm going to be real with you. When we get to, the fucking Wizards,
the Wizards, or the Hawks, or Detroit.
Whoa.
We're not gonna be that long-winded for fucking Atlanta. Come on, Zeno. Come on.
Yeah. No. You also slipped in Detroit pause. So don't.
We're not gonna be long-winded about Detroit either.
Yeah.
Like, Cade is great. Jaden Ivey is great. Tobias Harris.
Don't worry. No, we're gonna do the exact same shit when it comes to the Bucks again. I'm just gonna say, yeah, they're
That is
fine.
not okay. That's fine.
Yeah,
That's fine.
fine.
That's fine. Wait till we get to Philly. Oh my
I don't care. I
God.
actually don't care about
Oh
Philly. So
my
you can do your
God.
thing. You can do your thing. I've already said to myself, I'm giving Philly 10, 15 games before I start putting my faith in again. So
Okay, so let's do this. Let's do this.
yeah.
Because we got 29 other teams. We're gonna go you, then me, then you, then me, and we're going to decide whether they are contenders, pretenders, lottery team. We're also going to give, if the chat can be able to keep up with us, we're also going to take your vote into account ultimately on what we decide to put these teams. So first, starting with you, Zeno, I want Atlanta. Are they contenders? Are they pretenders? Or are they a lottery team? And can you tell me why you came to that decision? Chat, I want your answers in the chat as well.
I don't like the term pretenders, to be honest, firstly. And secondly, let's just talk about what's being said in the chat. Rap God Reloaded, salute chat, thank you. Oh, you just said the chat, not salute us. Fast.
Man, what you say fuck me for?
What's called LeBron over MJ? Crazy work. Hawks are not bad speech, just hating. Salute to you. King speech, bro. Hawks are shit. Cleveland are good yet soft team. End of the story. Hawks are terrible. Atlanta straight pretenders, and Rap got reloaded saying Hawks are a lottery team. Okay, so for the Hawks, I think the Hawks are going to be. You see, I don't want to say they're contenders, but I don't like saying that they're pretenders. That's not what I think they are. I would say I'll put them in a pretenders list, but because I think people are really sleeping on the acquisitions. If people are saying that they are a lottery team and terrible, yeah, they're sleeping on the acquisitions that the Hawks has done. Jalen Johnson is going to be back for a season now. That's an all-star caliber player on the team. You upgraded the big position with KP, which is like he's so much better than Clint Capella. It's actually insane.
Laughable. Yeah.
And Nyeka Okongwu, another year of his development, which is very needed because he's
so high on him.
I've been thinking he's a better player than Clint for the past 2 years, and they just now decided to play him at the start. So like that's another big that they've gotten. The fact that they were able to get Nickeil Alexander-Walker, a 40% 3-point shooter with also good ball handling, who also can space the floor and defends at a good level, which is something you need around Trey. Another year of Zachary Ricochet progression, another year of Jalen Johnson progression, another year of Dyson Daniels progression, which is crazy because is he not like 23 and still he's 23 and is already one of the best wing defenders in the league. Like that's insane. And then you also can say to yourself, how much better can he get offensively? Because that can actually be a thing when he gets better.
Then he's 20. He's going to be 22. If not already. Is he 20? Yeah, he's 22. He just turned 22.
Do you know how insane that is that at 22, you're already one of the best wing defenders in the league? Sorry, guard defenders in the league.
Yeah, that's cool.
What's called already really good at the rim, developing your floater game. And this year I could realistically say he could actually be a decent corner shooter.
Mm-hmm.
Could actually develop his floater even more. He's already been a good passer. So like those things, and maybe he actually develops the ability to actually be able to dodge a screen. And then he's even more demonic. Like that's crazy.
Yeah, I can't agree anymore with everything you said.
Like, wait. Could I just?
Yeah.
King Speech Road. Hawks has been lottery 2 straight years. Kristaps Porzingis ain't changing that. Yeah, the thing is, I didn't just only say Kristaps. I also said presumably a full healthy year for Jalen Johnson, which is a big boon because that's an all-star caliber player that you are pairing next to Trae Young for a whole year. Then you also have Noor, who is one of the best bench. What's called to me, he's a starter level guard coming off your bench. You have Ricochet developing. You have Dyson Daniels developing. You have one of your young bigs on Onyeka developing, and KP. There's a bunch of things that's going on right now, which is why I think they're in the pretenders, not just lottery team. And I think it's kind of I think it's quite disrespectful to just think, oh, yeah, it's just KP. Yeah, like they're not gonna be any different from a lottery team that they were last year. No, I don't agree with that. Sorry, Karen?
Yeah, no, I was gonna say also that if we're speaking like literally, they were not a lottery team last year. They were the 8th seed in the NBA in the Eastern Conference. So there's that.
Could you put a box for play-in, because you didn't put play-in?
Oh, okay. So let's move this here. Copy. Play-in. Oh, okay. So would you rather put Atlanta in play-in, or you just gonna leave them?
No, still pretenders. So I'm not having them in the play-in.
Got it. Okay. Well, for the Celtics, I'm going to go with
play-in.
I'm gonna go with lottery team.
Yeah, trolling. So what was the actual reason? What's the actual
No, I'm gonna put him in lottery too. Bro, this team just ain't it, bro. It's not it. Bro, I understand. I saw Tatum say on First Take that he's going to, it's not a guarantee that he's going to be out the entire season. But he might as well be, bro. Like, I'm not even going to hold you, bro. Like, Derek White is still on the roster, obviously. JB is going to be coming, and, especially with all the pieces that's gone, it's going to be more of a responsibility. It's not even like if necessary thing. It is mandatory that Jaylen Brown comes out this season and has his best season of his career. It is a necessity at this point. They also lost out on Al Horford. Kristaps is over in Atlanta that we just spoke about. So they don't have the depth that they once had. Peyton Pritchard is probably starting this year, which is nasty work. Like, this team just does not have a full identity anymore outside of wing, like the best wing duo. And even then, Jason Tatum isn't going to be here this year. So it's like, and to summarize it all, I can't believe that a team that's led by Jaylen Brown is going to win enough games to even put them in a play-in situation. Because as much as people want to discuss the overarching like status of the Eastern Conference, especially, people are speaking about how, this is the Eastern Conference going to be even worse this year. That also means that the Boston Celtics fall in line with a lot of players. Like the
Eastern Conference.
Right? That's facts. Like Miami, Toronto is going to be coming with Scotty Barnes, Brandon Ingram, RJ Barrett, Emmanuel Quickley. Philadelphia should be much more healthier this season. And if you ask me, especially with Jason Tatum not on the floor and they're not having the depth that they once had, I'm sorry, like Derek White and Jaylen Brown is not moving me to the tune of putting them just clearly over Philadelphia. Chicago should be just as good as they were last year, and they were a 39-40 win team last year. Atlanta is better. Orlando is better. Detroit is better. Milwaukee is still there. New York is there. Boston's there. Cleveland's there. The only team that the Celtics can feel good about that, at least that ship went down with us, is Indiana.
And I think Indiana's still better than them.
like I'm saying. So I'm putting Boston in lottery teams. I'm not moved by this roster. And I don't think that they really put much effort at all on trying to acquire any pieces. They went and got Anthony Simons, but like, come on, bro. Like, this Anthony Simons, bro. Like, what the fuck are we talking about here?
I don't know about all that.
It's Anthony Simons.
to me, I would have had them in the play-in. The shot selection threes is going to win them too many games for them to be in the lottery. At the end of the day, they still have Derek White. I think Anthony Simons is one of the best 3-point shooters in the league, whether it's self-creation or like catch and shoot. I think he's a lethal 3-point shooter. Pin Pritchard is also a lethal 3-point shooter. I think they still just have enough talent for them to still be a play-in team. I wouldn't put them as a pretender because I just don't think they're even talented enough to be a pretender anymore. But to say that lottery, I think you're going too far with the hate.
I think if I did give you play-in, it would be in the 9-10 range.
That's still playing.
No. But even then, it's ultimately going to culminate in. I don't think they keep. I don't think this team is better than the teams that they would be contending with in the play-in, so they will ultimately fall into the lottery situation anyway. So, like, I just don't think Boston is going to make the playoffs this year.
To go back to the chat, King's Beach Row, give me a total win for fake Atlanta. I actually need to check what they won last year.
They won 40. They won 40 games last year.
Yeah, I think they easily can get like 45. If they won 40, 42, yeah, they went 14-42. Yeah, a whole year with Jalen Johnson alone would make them at least a 500 ball club, and they have even better talent than that. I couldn't even believe if they don't go next season and they aren't like 44, 45 wins. I would be. They should win 40, 45.
They should win 40. Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. I think if Detroit won 44 games last year, I think Atlanta takes. I think Atlanta can win 44 games. Well, I'm not saying that as in they're of the same ilk as Detroit. I'm saying Detroit as they were with Jaden Ivey missing time and them obviously not having the pieces that they got during the offseason. I think Atlanta could be able to take their place and win 44 as Detroit goes up into because Indiana won 50 games last year, right?
Indiana did win 50 games, yes.
Yeah, so I think Detroit can probably snag some of the wins that they were getting. Because once we get to the Western Conference, I think people will realize like there's going to be a lot more high 40s to 50 win teams in the Western Conference than people know. But all right. Well, anybody else in chat?
Wait, yeah. Let me add on more of what's being said. Where it is King Speech Row. Oh, I already said what he said. So play-in over pretenders. At least pretenders make the playoffs. God knows why he hates Atlanta. Rap God Reloaded. Celtics are a play-in team. I agree with you. King Speech Row. Boston's weak at center. I agree. But Boston still has a lot of firepower. I agree with that. Small ball and 3 will get them by. That's what I agree with. But when you say that and come to the conclusion of pretenders, I just don't agree with that because I think at a certain point, like even with that volatile style of play, I just don't think they're still good enough at that style of play to get to the pretender level because the decision making of Jason Tatum is going to be sorely missed by this team, and you're going to see that in the regular season. Like, people are going to really understand how much Jason Tatum is boosting this team on both sides, because when you're going to be seeing them try and drive and kick and they make a lot of bad decisions because Jason Tatum isn't the first person creating the initial advantage, you're going to be realizing, oh, yeah, they don't have Jason Tatum anymore. I see y'all are horrible at judging teams first. Rap God Reloaded. Indiana will be fine. I think so too, to be honest.
Indiana will be fine. I agree.
King's Speech Row. Y'all think the keys to this teams are solo players? I don't know what he means by that.
If you think that, I don't know.
I don't know what he means by that. King's Speech Row.
I think he thinks that we're basing this just solely off of he does. No, because look at the chat at the bottom. They think Tatum was the whole team, so he thinks that we're assuming that we're assuming the status of the Celtics based off of just Tatum missing time.
Oh, so yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I don't think he realizes how much Tatum does for that team. So it's fair. They traded Drew for Simons. That's another issue.
That's another issue.
You're removing one of the biggest parts of your team, which was your guard defense being some of the best guard defense we've ever seen. and you're deciding to change that for elite 3-point shooting, which is fair, but you already know defense gives you a better like bar. What do you call it? A better floor in the regular season, because great defenses for the most part stay great throughout the whole season, while offense can be a lot more volatile, especially their 3-point shooting offense. Yeah.
Part of the reason why the Celtics was able to see 60 wins last season, even while being relatively inconsistent compared to the year prior, where I think they won 64 games, was primarily due to the fact that Tatum was taking another leap in terms of facilitating the offense, while also maintaining like his spacing ability. And then Jaylen Brown was having it was a down year. It was his worst season of his prime, nigga. And then Derek White, albeit Derek White was having by far his
Tatum?
best. No, Jaylen Brown.
Oh, Brown. Sorry, my bad. I zoned out. My bad.
Yeah, and then while Derek White was like a floor spacer galore, taking 9 threes a game, shooting 38%. Nigga, that's not when Derek White was at his best. And Jrue Holiday had his bottom year in a long time. Like, and I think a large part of that has to do with his age. And Kristaps was missing time with injuries. Like, it was just a whole bunch of shit that was going on. And then, but they were still able to find success primarily due to the fact that they had an identity and they had personnel that can execute the scheme that was set in place. Nigga, they don't have that this year. They don't have Jrue Holiday there to be able to ball hawk while Derek White is able to play behind the role. They don't have Al Horford anymore to be able to cover space as a big while also still giving them space on the offensive end. They don't have Kristaps, who's more or less doing similar things on the offensive end. They don't have that. And they don't have Tatum, who is by far their best player on the team, being essentially their facilitator, their lead scorer, and their primary defensive assignment on like majority of wings, if not all wings in the league. They don't have that anymore. So no, they're not pretenders. And even if you want to say play-in, after we go down this list, they're probably on the back end of the play-in list. But let's move on because we got another.
I'll speak through.
Oh, yeah. It's your turn. It's your turn with Brooklyn.
Yeah, I'll speak through all of these and then we get there. Where am I at? Am I?
Yeah, Brooklyn.
Here it is. Seas will be 47-35 watch. Okay.
Oh, you talking to the messages?
Yeah. I'll speak through them. Rap God Reloaded. Toronto will make the play-in. My guy. Go Cast Podcast YouTube. Is it CW? Y'all got passed in the lottery. Y'all? No, you mean this guy down here?
It's us. It's us.
No, my beautiful NBA. King Cicero, they think Tatum was the whole team. We already spoke about that. Yes, they'll miss Cornet and Big Al. They didn't even have KB. Who's going to tell them? I realize people will step up and add to their points to replace this. Yes, because points are just linear. There's not going to be a efficiency change or anything like that.
You don't replace 26. You don't replace 26 points a game.
I have them at 13 win drop. Cool. They won't go from 60 to 30s. It's actually possible. It's actually possible with all the pieces they're missing. Rap got reloaded. Brooklyn will win 30 games. I don't know how to feel about that.
You think that would drop them to like 48 wins at that point? You think that?
Yeah. He said 47. That's what he thinks they have. King Speaks Road. Brooklyn will win 18 games. Brooklyn is doo-doo. All right. Next team, Brooklyn. Say hello to lottery team. Why do we have F below lottery team, by the way?
Because some of these niggas just don't need to be talked about. We'll get to them.
Oh well, then if that's the case, then
Brooklyn are we putting it in front of? We putting it in front of Boston? We put.
Nigga, just put him in F, bro, and just move on.
I put him in F.
Yeah, because they're one of the teams that they don't have much to say. Like they have a bunch of young players that they drafted who all are in the same archetype. they still have Cam Thomas, but only signed him for a qualifying offer. So that nigga is gone. I know that nigga ain't staying because they ain't paying him his money.
You know he's not staying. He's already said, it's already come out news. He after this season, he's not re-signing with Brooklyn.
I wouldn't too. Nigga playing my money.
I mean, I don't blame him, but at the same time, I definitely don't blame Brooklyn.
Nah. You niggas have no talent, and you're not always trying to keep talent around.
Nigga, he's overrating his talent. Nigga, trying to force me to pay this nigga like this nigga. He's talking about nigga Josh Giddey gonna get 30 billion. I want 30 billion. Nigga, you're not Josh Giddey, nigga. What the fuck? Oh,
he has the highest upside than Giddey, but we move, I guess.
I challenge you to a debate, Zeno.
Let's move on. You got Charlotte.
Yes, I got Charlotte.
I want to spread some fucking propaganda on.
Oh my god! Don't worry, I'll do it for you, man. Charlotte's in the fucking play-in, nigga. They're in the fucking play-in.
That nigga, that team is staying in the lottery. I don't know what.
Nah, man. Because I've been peeping them.
You've been peeping.
I've been peeping. That pause.
That's what you said.
I didn't mean it like that. Okay.
Oh my god, bro.
All right.
Yo,
I didn't mean it like that. But we're talking about a team that, as of last year, yet another disappointing season. LaMelo Ball has grown as a player. Let me make that clear. As an individual talent, he is in form when on the floor. One of the best facilitators, especially in transition, and even in the half court, he is starting to develop. We saw during the season when he was on that run of averaging 30, he was getting way more comfortable with grifting and getting into the lane, forcing fouls, putting pressure on the defense in other ways than just the three-point line. He is starting to become the total package when it comes to the offensive end. And even on the defensive end, he was starting to give a little bit more effort. But the primary issue, shout out to Rowe, who also pointed out LaMelo, B. Mill, Miles Bridges. The problem that's with that trio is all of them more or less are defensive liabilities any given night. And really, majority nights, they're defensive liabilities. And so, with that, they're going to be one of the worst defenses again. There's no way around that shit. And then they just gave up Mark Williams and Nick Richards.
I was about to say that.
They have no bigs whatsoever. However, with that, they acquired some offensive pieces that I would argue should make this very easily the best offense that LaMelo has ever had before them. And with that, I would like to bring us to the Sacramento Kings from a couple years ago, who were the fastest paced team in the NBA. They were the most efficient offense in the NBA. I think LaMelo and the Charlotte Hornets could be able to pull that off with the spacing, the dynamic play that they have. B. Mill has a third year where he should be even more of a lethal shooter. Like, I think, and he should be more comfortable with his ball handler responsibilities. I'm pushing propaganda here. I don't give a fuck, Chad. Charlotte is a play-in team. Now they on the back end. I agree. They're on the back end. But they're a play-in team, damn it. They're a play-in team. And I'm mark my words. LaMelo Ball is finna throw his fucking name in the hat of top 5 point guards.
I thought you was about to say throw his nuts, and I was gonna say, yeah, you need to chill. I think he's gonna say,
I don't even know if this is a hot take. This is really just hopeful thinking. Charlotte is finna trade Miles Bridges because this is fucking ridiculous. This is yet another season. This is yet another season.
He's so bad.
He's so fucking. It doesn't make sense to have him on his roster at this point. You need legitimate bigs. They have the dynamic backcourt between LaMelo and B Mill. Actually, B Mill is about to go to his actual position because they went and got what's his name? Knuckle. Yeah, they went and got Knuckle. So they don't have a reason to try to push this fast-paced big guard, tandem because you already have a traditional tandem that has shown like nigga they're gonna win games just off of their floor spacing and shooting ability. You need an actual forward that can play some fucking defense though. So that nigga Miles Bridges gotta go.
I can't lie to you, though. He is so bad. I can't even lie. He
gotta get the fuck out of here, bro.
He is so ass. It's actually painful to watch. His decision making at the rim, his random times of taking just threes that destroy the offense. His defense, him being bad defensive, like he just compiles all these issues that the Hornets already have. I also just want to say this. The fact that they're going to be believing in Musa Diabate and Ryan Kalkbrenner as their centers for 82 games. Yeah, that defense.
I don't think I think that defense is cooked. But I do think that does benefit them on the offensive end because I think those are more fluid athletes than Mark Williams and the crew. Well, Nick Richards maybe not as much.
Mark Williams. Whoa. Mark Williams is a very fluid athlete. What?
No, nigga. Who said he's not? They're more fluid though, especially in transition specifically.
I'm still disagreeing, but we can move on. I think I'm just getting stuck on the minor things, but. Nah, right. Mark Williams is very fluid in transition.
He is. But I do think Diabate has like promise and as a lob threat. But I don't like the idea of him playing alongside Miles Bridges. That being said, though, a large portion of their games, especially to start off the season, I think they have the easiest
schedule.
Yes, they have the easiest schedule in the league this upcoming season to start off. So I would expect that they should be able to pull off some wins against some of these bottom teams, especially when some of their games is against teams like Brooklyn, like Washington. So I would expect that they should be able to pull that off. Oh, and I think one of their games is against Utah. I got that circled up because I want to see LaMelo Ball pop his shit against Ace Bailey. Because that nigga made it his mission to say he did not want to play with you. Nigga, you gotta cook his ass. You gotta cook his ass at that point. But all right, it's your turn with Chicago.
Let me just go into the chat for a quick second. I'll speed up. Yeah,
got you.
We got a new person talking as well. Apoka Knicks now. Chicago lottery team. Oh, there's people who spoke even more. My bad. I need to scroll back a little bit more. Fuck, people be talking in this place. Hey, salute. You got something going on, CW. Brooklyn is doo-doo. CW saying King's speech on a rampage tonight, 18 games. Let's move on a little bit. See casual dirty. They're not Charlotte crazy. Charlotte Bobcats bad. King's speech, bro. MPJ will be the top
me
scorer.
dirty for.
I don't know. Oh, it was because of the Celtics hate. MPJ will be their top scorer. He's about as right like. Yeah, let's not finish that sentence.
Yeah, y'all are wild. Oh my god.
As LaMelo, Brandon Miller, and Miles Bridges. I'm talking about the Bobcats. Charlotte is a play-in team. Charlotte going to be decent. Bobcats equals play-in. Chicago will be in the lottery. Chicago got Buzella. Shout out to Wootage. Chicago is a lottery team by Apoka Knicks. He should have been on my young potential star watch. Who's he talking about? What's the young player that you talked about?
Brooklyn need a.
I think it might have been. I think it might have been Concanipple.
He should have been on my young potential star. Oh, yeah, it's Knuppel. It's Knuppel.
No, it couldn't be Concanipple. I think it might have actually been Brandon Miller.
Oh, B Mill. Yeah.
Brooklyn is a lottery team 2. Charlotte is a playing team. Philadelphia is a playing team 2. That's a Bucks and Knicks now. It's Kingsley's Road. Brooklyn will be a top 3 lottery contender. A Bucks and Knicks. Brooklyn winning 16 games. Tough. Top 16 games is crazy. That's crazy. Kingsley's Road. Philly Dirt. Brooklyn needs a star player. Brooklyn winning 32 games. Raptors a playing team. Hawks playing team. Dookie. Boston a player team. Brooklyn's trash. Utah's a top 3 lottery team. Utah's a lottery team. Brooklyn winning 18 games tops. Hawks pretenders and Hawks off roads. They don't scare me.
Does it sound like the chat decided that Utah is a lottery team, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we might as well just put them in lottery team.
Yeah.
All right, chat. We're gonna put them. We're gonna go ahead and sit them in lottery team. I need y'all to tell us in the chat: are they ahead of Brooklyn?
Stop being
or are they
nasty.
behind Brooklyn?
Stop being nasty. Just put them in F. Put them in F because they're really gonna be like the worst team in the league.
No, we gotta put them in. We gotta put them there. We can't.
Okay.
Yeah, we can't do that to them.
Okay, so you said the Bulls. The Bulls are gonna be a playing team or lottery. Damn, I don't know.
They're fringe, bro.
They're fringe playing. That's what I'm
good.
saying.
They're
fringe
good.
playing.
I like them.
For me, they're a lottery team. I'd put them behind the Celtics simply because I don't think the Celtics belong to the lottery teams. Well, we have a nasty nigga here. The Bulls. Yeah, put the Bulls behind the Celtics. I think they have a lot of decent talent. Kobe White has been developing for the past few years. Actually getting all the ball handling responsibility has been a thing. Down the stretch of the year, I want to say like March hoops, April hoops.
Mm-hmm.
What the slob wizard Josh Giddey was doing was really good. Martin Sabuzelis is really good as well. Can't wait to see what he does.
He showed a lot of promise in that playing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I'm just. Oh, that nigga Patrick Williams. I don't know what's going on with him, bro.
They're gonna trade him.
Yeah, he might have to go. I can't lie. He's just mid. He's just mid. Oh my boy. Yeah. He's just mid.
Yeah. I get another goodie team. I get Cleveland. So we were talking about it earlier. Are we putting them in title favorites or contenders? And I'm going to decide to just leave them at contenders. I understand that depending on where I put them is where everybody else will fall, because I think that we both agree that Cleveland is the second best team in the NBA. And so with that, I'm going to go ahead and put them in contenders. It's not to say that I can't see them beating OKC, but I think that the gap that OKC's defense has created compared to the rest of the league, especially with continuity now being in play, I think is something that is valuable. I also think that their steady offensive engine in Shea is a little bit more reliable than Donovan Mitchell at this standpoint. So because of that, I do think that OKC has put themselves in another tier than Cleveland and the rest of the league. So I'm gonna go ahead and put Cleveland in contenders. But I can see a way for them to be able to jump into the fray with them. It's just I have to see it to believe it, because I saw them last year be on a run for 70 wins. And it caused them to burn out, and even more so, it caused them to have injuries going into the postseason, and that ultimately dealed them in. So I have to see it to believe it, but I do think that they're not that far away realistically than OKC. I can't really see the path right now.
Mm-hmm. Just to talk to the chat for a quick second. Poker Knicks now. What's called Boston ain't a lottery team. Y'all capping. Boston is a playing team at best. I agree with you. Casual don't agree.
He agrees. He agrees. I don't agree. I don't. I don't. Boston is a lottery team because I don't see them winning the play-in. If you think that they could make the play-in, that's fine. Probably realistically, chat, like, calm down. By the time we finish this entire list, we probably will have Boston just on the back end of the play-in. It's just right now I put them in the lottery team because I think at the end that's what it's all. That's where not nasty. I'm just saying at the end of the day, that's where like I think they'll end up because ultimately they're gonna lose in the play-in. They just don't have enough. They just don't have enough, man. It's not enough. Hey,
few
solid niggas left, but it's not enough, dude. Man, all right.
You're literally what's wrong with this world sometimes. I swear. Stop laughing, nigga. Stop laughing.
All right. Chat. What's the move with Washington while he talks about Dallas?
They want them down to the lottery. That's what they've been saying. Dallas. Oh, I get to talk about Dallas. Just so I want to make sure I say that. Check something before I start talking about Dallas because I will never forget what you guys were doing to me in the Oscar when was in the voice chat. Yeah. Pause, by the way. Just want to say. So the Thunder, Rockets, Lakers, Nuggets, Clippers, Timberwolves. What's that? Is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Yeah, automatically they're playing. To me, is there any other team that I have to see?
Logically, they gotta be ahead of Charlotte.
Yeah. Bro. They're gonna probably be the top team in the play.
In the play-in? Okay.
Yeah, but they're in the play-in.
Fuck.
But then, could you be a pretender and still be in the play-in? Because you could. Because then I would put them in I'll put them in the pretenders.
Because I think we both could see we both could see a run where Atlanta is a 7 seed.
I actually think they're gonna be like a 5th seed. Oh no, I get what you're saying. You're saying there's a possibility of them being a 7th seed. I got you.
Yeah, like there's a run where we could be able to see like Cleveland, Boston, New York, Milwaukee, Detroit, Orlando. What's that? 6 teams?
About 6 teams, you said.
Cleveland, Boston, New York, Milwaukee, Detroit, Orlando. Yeah, that's 6 teams. Yeah, we could. Yeah, so that means we could see a round where they would be in Atlanta. They would be a 7th seed. So at that case, like they would be a playing team technically, but we know that they're making it out.
Yeah, they're pretenders. I think they're lower than the Hawks, and I get to actually get my shit off without people calling me off now. Okay, so I've always had this issue with the Dallas Mavericks. This season coming up, I think defensively they're gonna be very good. AD with 2 bigs in Daniel Gafford or Derek Lively is gonna be some insane paint defense. Then you add on Cooper Flag, who's gonna probably come in and be good defensively. Then you have Najee Marshall being there. PJ Washington is still there. Like Apoca Knicks, I think you've forgotten that Kyrie Irving is, injured throughout the whole season, so he's not gonna be there. But everything else you said is fair. Russell, you still about D'Angelo. So offense. So I thought I heard Russell. My first
he said, "Well, that nigga got PTSD."
I thought Westbrook. I'm like, excuse me. Yeah. So their defense is gonna be amazing, top 5 possibly. My issue is their offense, and I was getting pushed back in the server. And my issue is the offense is gonna be run through D'Angelo Russell mainly and Cooper Flag. Like they're gonna be the main ball handlers, initiators, and that is not good for an offense because D'Angelo Russell isn't good enough to be consistently generating opportunities for everyone on the team for them to be a those called a top 10 offense. I think they're going to struggle to be a top 15 offense because you're going to be requiring D'Angelo Russell all game to really generate great offense for you throughout the whole season. And Cooper Flag to just come in and be this point forward that you guys think he's going to be. I need to make sure. Is there any other play? Oh, Najee Marshall. Najee Marshall can actually take some playmaking responsibilities as well. I just think you're asking too much of these players to be like a competent offensive. Would you say competent offensive fulcrum? Just like a competent offensive like package for this team. I just don't think that those three players are good enough for that, especially having Russell be your main playmaker initiator. Yeah, no, I don't think that's possible. I don't think it's possible for them to be that good offensively. And that's why I think they're going to be in the low end of pretenders, if not playing, because they're just not good offensively enough.
I'm not mad at the pretenders pick, to be fair. I'm not mad at it. I think that realistically, if Kyrie Irving had a full season with this team being able to be healthy and going into the postseason or going through the regular season and into the postseason as one cohesive unit, being able to, grow more cohesive with implementing the schemes and executing properly, I could see them going into contenders. But that's not the reality that we're in. The reality we're in is, to your point, Kyrie Irving is going to be out for a large portion of the season. And even when he does come back, there's going to be some growing pains leading into the postseason, because that's a pretty big talent that you're going to be putting onto the floor to have to, get back comfortable. That being said, though, the cool part about pretenders is they're not supposed to be in the championship race, but they have the talent to be able to do so. So if they go into the postseason and they have favorable matchups, a la Miami in 2023, where they just run into favorable situation after favorable situation, I could very well see a situation where they end up against OKC in the Western Conference Finals matchup. And if there was any personnel that could be able to hassle and bother what OKC wants to do, both offensively and defensively, it would be Dallas when healthy.
When AD sees that switching defense, gets stood up by fucking Isaiah Hartenstein, beats him off the dribble, and then sees fucking Chet Holmgren at the rim, he about to be so fucking.
But I think I think at this point of AD's career, we're forgetting how versatile AD is in his own right. Like, he's lacking in some skill sets that we glorify in this era, like facilitating the offense. With your passing, he's not nowhere near one of the best passers in the league. But what he's able to do with his ability to cover space in like a moment's notice, like he could go from screening to rolling straight, making a straight beeline to the rim before defenses is able to even switch. He did it against OKC before he got traded from LA to Dallas. Well, before he got hurt and then got traded. He had did it against them already. He had did it against Houston as well. The Clippers had, quiet as kept, one of the best front court defenses in the entire association, specifically at guarding lobs, with Derrick Jones Jr. At the helm. And AD had no problem just switching his style to being able to be a little bit more sporadic with. Face up is a good one, because against Zubac, he, obviously he was using his face up ability to blow past Zubac. But even as a lob threat, he was still just finding nifty ways of being able to get to the rim. So I just wanted to throw that out there. But I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think that they are pretenders. I would probably put them ahead of Atlanta. But I understand the health factor. Kyrie's going to be missing time. More or less, Atlanta's going to have their group from start. So I
Actually, if you're gonna, I'm thinking. I was gonna say who is a actual like better team as we start right now. Well, I'm already thinking the Hawks right now, so it doesn't even matter. I think the Hawks are a better team, especially without Kyrie. Yeah, a better team.
Yeah, I was just about to say, yeah, without Kyrie, I'm with you. I get Denver. I'm getting all the good niggas, chat. Denver is a fucking pretender, bro. Like, what are we talking about here, bro? What are we talking about, bro? They're fucking contenders. I'm putting them behind Cleveland.
Hey, CW. Take it, man. I'm good in this one, bro.
Nah, here we go. Denver is a contenders, obviously. Arguably the best player in the world is on this roster, first and foremost. And what comes with that
is he the best player in the world?
No, not in my opinion.
Yeah,
no, I'm not even. You thought you was getting that off. No, nigga. But he is arguably the best, and he rightfully so. Like no shade to him. He has a tremendous case to be the best player in the world right now. That being said, though, this team there's a lot of questions that I have, like the Valanciunas situation, for example. The coverage on that has been spotty at best. After he got traded from Sacramento to Denver, immediately they came out that I saw that. Immediately after he got traded to Denver, he had let them know that he was planning on leaving to go to international play. Denver told him that he has to abide by his contract. And ever since then, there has been no reports of any conversation going on. I want to know how that's going to unfold. Jamal Murray, yet another offseason of primarily trying to rehabilitate because he was hurt during the postseason. Come to find out, I had no idea that. They also traded MPJ for Cam Johnson. Now, I think that's personally an upgrade. But what I don't think is a significant upgrade is swapping out Russell Westbrook for Bruce Brown. I want y'all to know Bruce Brown, before he came to Denver, was in a hole. He was in a hole, if you will. He was in a hole. Like he was playing alongside he was playing in Toronto, essentially trying to find his way back onto the court to get like consistent minutes. And then they traded him to New Orleans, where, newsflash, they're dealing with injuries. So he's getting minutes, but it's not in a opportunistic manner. Like, he's not playing with Zion for a lot of this time. And even if he was, it's not benefiting Zion, Bruce Brown being on the floor, because Bruce Brown is not a floor spacer. Not a legitimate one at that. So I'm looking at this roster. I know that they're contenders. They are very clearly the second best team in the Western Conference and the third best team in the entire association. But they are not. I want to make this clear. There is still a considerable gap between the consistency that you should expect from OKC's defense to Denver Nuggets offense, especially if health is taken into account. And that's why I'm leaving them at contenders. Get your Detroit.
Before I start that, we need to actually talk about what the chat's been saying. Boston are pretenders to me. I'm not gonna lie to you. If you guys say something about teams that we've already ranked, I'm not gonna read it. I can see Dallas being contenders with a healthy AD and Kyrie. Dallas will be top 6 in the West. The West is too stacked. Dallas is a top 5 team at best. Yeah, they're not top 5. They're not going to be top 5. With Daniel Gafford,
he did say at best. He did say at best, though.
I know, and I'm saying even at best, they're not going to be top 5.
I tried. Hey, Poker, man. I tried, man.
Najee Marshall, Derek Lively, PJ Washington, Anthony Davis, Kyrie Irving. They should be at least top 5 seed in the West. At least. He's gonna tell him. Russell will hold the PG spot fine until Kyrie's ready. Flag will run some point forward. Denver taking the West. Pelicans are a playing team. Either Oklahoma City or Denver winning the Western Conference. Pelican the 7th seed in the West. Y'all do the Lakers yet? Lord do your team at best. OKC will win the Western Conference. Lakers a playing team at best. Bro. They just love saying
Who's gonna tell him?
they just love saying what's called playing team for every team. Like, bro, it's playing team for everybody until it's the Celtics randomly. I don't know.
But he's
But
a
anyways.
Knicks fan. Wait till we get to the Knicks. Yeah, that's what we're going to get at. Wait till we get to the Knicks.
So I'm finally on my Detroit Pistons shit. Let's go. Okay, so the Pistons. No, we need to change that name. The Pretenders are starting to make me sad because I don't want to call them Pretenders, but they're Pretenders.
You putting them ahead of Dallas?
Oh, they're ahead of. Yeah, they're ahead of Dallas.
So you're not that high on Dallas.
I never said I was high on Dallas. In fact, I've said I'm lower on them than you guys. When did I ever say I was high on Dallas?
No. It's just the way in which it was phrased. I thought that they would be like closer to contenders, but the more I'm starting to realize you view Dallas as more of a pretender than of a contender.
I literally said that they're going to be in a plane, but they're pretenders. I didn't say anything about contenders in my whole spiel.
No, never mind. Go ahead. Okay.
But yeah, so I think they're either going to be there or ahead of the Hawks. I'm not going to lie to you. Their showing out party last year was amazing. Cade developing post game, that little hook that he has. Come on. He got better as a 3-point shooter, whether it's mainly catch and shoot, because as you saw in the playoffs, his off the dribble game is just not there because his release is a bit too slow. And he's also developed as a defender as well, so that's a really good thing about him. Jalen Duren got better. Still, Isaiah Stewart's better though. Isaiah Stewart got better as well. Ron Holland had a decent rookie season. I'm still kind of a hater of him. And then Asar Thompson got better this season as well. And my hot take is that I think he's going to be a NBA level shooter, which means he can actually hit open shots. Now, is it going to be to the point where they respect him? No. Can he hit an open mid-range? I think that's another thing he could possibly do. But I think it's going to be to the point where, like, they're going in. Not like you're treating him like he actively can, like he's a literal detriment as a scorer anymore. I think he's going to develop his shooting to the point where, yeah, you're still going to leave him open, but he's going to be able to punish you. Like, it's going to be shaky rather than, yeah, there's no shakiness. He's just bad. That's what I'm trying to say when it comes to his shooting. Because if you watch Asar's, like, form and his how he gets his shots off, it's very repeatable. His form is really good. And you can just see it, like, going in. It's just right now he just doesn't have the touch. So I genuinely think Asar could actually get to that level this season, especially because this is going to be his first year really being healthy in a off season. I don't know why I blanked out on that word. And
he wasn't healthy last off season.
No. He was unhealthy. Was he healthy last season? No, he wasn't, because blood clots, remember?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So, yeah, that's my main reason with him. And then lastly, but not least, Jaden Ivey. Now, I've been running up and down saying if Jaden Ivey or even Isaiah Stewart was on the court against against the Knicks, they win that series. And I think the reason why I'm so high on this Detroit Pistons team is because of Jaden Ivey progressing as a player. Last year, he shot 40% on threes. I want to say 6-7 attempts. Jaden Ivey, let me check. He shot 41% on 5 attempts.
Mhm.
If he's really that level of a shooter, because previous to that, I'm just going to say this now, previous to that, he shot 5 attempts and shot about 34%. So to just go up by 6% is very crazy. If he's really that level of a shooter, that he's one of the best weak side attackers on the team in the league. Like outside of like actual star level players, like he's that good. Then you can also say this can be another year of him developing as a passer, playmaker, and decision maker. And then he gets better defensively as well because they actually have a defensive construct for him to actually abide by. Bro, this team can really be one of the best Eastern Conference teams. I genuinely think so. And it's not just going to be Cade having to do everything offensively because he's going to have Jaden Ivey with him this year. So, and also the acquisition of Duncan Robinson after losing Malik Beasley was really good because he's a lot more versatile than Malik Beasley offensively because he actually has a dribble drive game and can actually pass the ball, pass the rock a little bit as well. So that's a really good thing that they added to this team. And Tobias Harris being that consummate older guy in the locker room is really good for this team as well. So, yeah, I think they're a playing team. Not playing team, but pretenders. You might have to come back to me if I have them over the Hawks right now, but I'm going to leave them below the Hawks.
Just a fun fact. The Detroit Pistons ranked. Well, I want to play a game with you. Pause. Where do you think Detroit ranked last season in at the rim field goal attempts?
Field goal attempts or makes? No,
Attempts.
Let me think. Because Cade got to the rim a lot. Jaden Ivey got to the rim a lot. And then they have 2 bigs who only look right. Ron Holm likes to slash. Arsenal likes to slash. They might be like top 5, actually, right?
They were 11.
They're 11? Oh, okay.
Yeah. You were there. You were almost there, though. Because it was literally like mere decimals between them and the 5th spot.
Yeah, I know because I know Cade gets to the rim a lot. I know Ron Holland gets to the rim. I know Assault gets to the rim. They have 2 bigs that love. It was called that are lob threats. Well, Durant, who's a lob threat, and then Jaden Ivey is also loves to get to the rim. I think realistically there are top 5 at the rim, but Jaden Ivey got injured. That's actually why I think so.
And where do you think their short mid-range accuracy lied this past season?
Mid, if not probably lower than that.
It was 12.
Yeah,
it was 12. And then last but not least, how do you think they shot on their open 3-point percentage? Well, what do you think they ranked in terms of open shots that they generated and their conversion rate?
Open shots generated. Probably top 10.
They were 13.
Yeah, and you mean percentage, like the actual shooting percentage from
on open threes? Yep.
8th,
6th.
Okay, so
they like the well-roundedness of like this unit in terms of having the ability to get either downhill or to a mid-range shot and being able to use that to generate open looks. It was actually rather impressive to see that this regular season and this postseason, to be quite honest with you. The only question I have with them is how predictable they can be offensively, solely, given the responsibility to Cade. You and I talked about that offline, like oftentimes about how big of a foe Jaden Ivey can be on the offensive end. in terms of, taking care of the ball handler responsibility. So Cade doesn't have to have a Luka Doncic level of a responsibility or a Trae Young level of responsibility. But nonetheless, I am like very high on Detroit. Golden State. Well, do you gonna go through the chat right now? You want me to go through Golden State and then you do it before you get to Houston?
Let's just do it right now. Okay, so let me scroll up a little bit. We got to Lakers as a play team. So it's Kings Research. That's what I meant, a playing team. Okay. Rap God Reloaded. Lakers are 9th seed at best. Pistons are pretenders. I agree with you with that. Lakers have no defense and an amateur coach. Pistons are pretenders with upside. That's what King Speech Rose said. Rockets, in my opinion, are a playing team at the 8th seed.
Wow.
No, yeah. I don't know how that. Yo, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yo, the funniest thing is the Rockets are pretty much Dallas, but better. So I don't know how they're playing, and you have Dallas above them. That makes no sense to me. Where did I go? Oh, yes. No, Rap God, watch out for Reed Shepherd. He'll have a good sophomore year. Rockets
didn't even have a rookie year.
Yeah, you sad. Ro, we'll see. Van Fleet was important, but not that important. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, in the regular season, I agree with that. But postseason,
you do need them.
Rap God, that's lies. Rockets are going better by adding KD. They're a top 5 team in the West. Golden State are our oldest playing team. Warriors are playing team. There you go. It's your turn. Because I spoke about the Pistons. Remember?
Speaking of the Golden State Warriors, eventually we're gonna have to reorganize this, but I'm gonna put them in pretenders right now behind Dallas. I think. And this is much bigger than just the Kuminga situation. I think when it comes to Golden State, their issue is they don't have an identity anymore, which is strange to say with having Stephen Curry. The identity should be in and of itself spacing. But yet they keep making very questionable decisions in terms of building a unit through that ideology of spacing. First, it was trading Jordan Poole for Chris Paul to have a secondary ball handler when the ball handling responsibility wasn't even the issue to begin with, because Stephen Curry had been, for the last 2 seasons up to that point, had already developed a consistent shot creating ability to be able to have the ball in his hands more consistently. And even then, even if you didn't believe in that, which I don't know why you wouldn't, but even if you didn't believe in that, Draymond Green for the last 7 years up to that point was a facilitator of the offense in his own right. So you didn't need that. Then they flipped that and they reduced Andrew Wiggins to being more of a spot up shooter, which didn't make sense because Andrew Wiggins was never a true spacer. He was for attacking closeouts and getting to the rim. Then Klay Thompson got let go for nothing. And they just essentially just thought that they were going to carry on throughout this season with Kuminga, B-Pods, Draymond, and not even a true center core, giving guys like Quentin Post and Tracy Jackson opportunities just simply because they could be able to play pseudo big. And that didn't pan out that well. And now they just threw a whole bunch of money at Jimmy Butler. And then looking at Jonathan Kuminga while he's asking for his money, saying, I don't know what you want. I don't know what you want me to do, nigga. I want you to pay me like you paid everybody else when you should have been giving me the money. But even past that, they have not built a core that makes me believe that they can compete with the Houston Rockets, that they can compete with the Clippers, that they can compete with the Lakers, the Denver Nuggets, the Oklahoma City Thunder, that they can even compete with Minnesota. A lot of people think that Minnesota beat Golden State just because Curry wasn't on the floor. Newsflash. even if Curry was on the floor, it is not likely that Anthony Edwards would have that poor of a performance for the entirety of that postseason. I mean, not postseason, of that series.
I'd argue, actually, I'd argue that he would put Curry in rotation consistently and try and attack him.
And so I say all of that to say that the league is only getting tougher because guys like the teams like San Antonio are in the midst of building a unit that literally goes against while attacking the exact flaws that Golden State has like lived by for the last decade or so. So me personally, I think they're pretenders, but by the end of this, I'm probably going to make the argument to you, Zeno, that I want to put them in play-in because I don't think they got any better than they were last year. Actually, I think they got worse.
I'm not going to lie to you. I think they're playing. I genuinely think they're playing because I don't see them being a 7th seed. I don't see them being an 8th seed. I think they're going to be like, they can still be a play-in. I don't know. I just think they're just not good enough. That's my opinion. Just not good enough.
Yeah, I agree. All right, it's your turn with the Rockets.
Okay, so the Rockets are. You see, this is why I say I don't like the terminology pretenders because they actually are contenders, but they're injured right now, and so I don't think they're contenders, but I don't think they're pretenders. I really think we should have one of the little boxes be like a piece away or something like that. Because they're not pretenders. They're not pretending to try and be a contender. They actually are that, but they're missing a piece, which is Fred VanVleet. So that's why I don't like saying pretenders. I don't think pretenders is fair. But if we're gonna still call them pretenders, put them at the top.
Yeah. Just for shits and gigs, what would you call it if you don't call it pretenders?
I just told you, a piece away.
A piece away is crazy. Nigga, you're pretenders, Chad. Nigga, you're pretenders.
Because they're not actually Because they're not actually pretending to be a contender. They're dead as a contender, but one of their niggas got injured.
Yeah, and tough tits.
Tough tits is a crazy thing to say, but first. Fast, man. I salute to you.
Man, you know what I'm saying?
Nah, I do not know what you're saying. But...
All right, nigga. I'm done with this. Oh my god. Okay, Indiana. I'm putting Indiana in. I mean, shit. I said the same thing about the Boston Celtics earlier this stream. I'm putting Indiana behind. I can't say that with good faith. I'm putting Indiana in front of Boston. They're a lottery team. I understand that, I understand that people are still a little bit optimistic about Nembhard coming off of the postseason he came off of, and people think that people are very positive about the J Huff acquisition. I'm sorry. And they're also very optimistic about Pascal Siakam and what this could mean for him having, being given this responsibility. I'm not. I think Nembhard is the fakest nigga that you could possibly see in this.
Oh, yeah. We're not trying to hit this. We're not trying to hit this. You're hating. You're hating.
You know I am. You knew I was. Why are you? Like what, nigga? You knew I was gonna hate. Hate on, nigga. No, the Nembhard saga is some of the fakest shit I've seen in recent memory. Where else have we seen a nigga in the regular season fail to shoot over 35% from three? Fail to shoot. Hold on, let me get this right. This
nigga is really getting this shit off.
Oh, you know I am. I don't know why you thought this was about to be anything but some slander. Bro, name me another nigga that we see constantly fail to shoot over 36%, fail to shoot over 35%, and as of last year, regular season, failed to shoot over 30%. The nigga shot 29% from three.
Yeah, you.
And then goes into the fucking playoffs and turns into the second coming of Steph Curry. This nigga is having games where he's shooting 50, 60% from three. The fakest shit you would ever see. This nigga shot 83% from three in one game. This is some bullshit. It's fake. It's not real. What's really him is a 15-point per game scorer that could be able to facilitate your offense to a certain degree. But not this 20-point per game scorer with 50, 40, 87 splits. That's not him. That's not him. Another thing, I'm not very high on Benedict Mathurin based off of what I saw during this postseason run. I think that he's a little bit what's the word? He gets himself into foul trouble very frequently, and I don't know how he does it. Or is that Neesmith? It's Neesmith.
You're talking about Neesmith because it's not bad.
It's Neesmith. It's Neesmith. He has this problem where he gets himself into defensive lapses and keeps getting into foul trouble on a game-to-game basis. And
it's not lapses. It's his aggression on the defensive end.
But I don't know why he does it though, because he'll bite on some shit that ain't even for him.
Because sometimes he's trying to get high leverage play. Sometimes he's focused, but then he focuses on the wrong things, and then he's trying to overcompensate. That's the reason with him. But Benedict Mathurin, offensively, I can see him breaking out this year offensively because more ball handling responsibilities can develop that pass and playmaking. He already has a lot in the playoffs. He's already a good free throw drawer because of how relentless he is getting to the rim. So hey, I'm fine with
that. However, the overarching point that I was saying is, in all seriousness, the only problem I have with Indiana right now, as much as I'm impressed with Pascal with what he's been doing since he came to Indiana, but I do think that there's a limitation to having Pascal Siakam at the helm of your offense, and that's what he'll be this season. Now, will there be something to be said about the depth that this team has? Having Nembhard still there, having Naismith still there, Obi Toppin is still there, and Obi Toppin had a fantastic postseason, especially on the back end of that stretch down from Cleveland onward. He was fantastic, especially getting second chance points for him. I love Obi Toppin. Benedict Mathurin, TJ McConnell. Will these players be able to give serviceable amount of depth to be able to make up for the losses? To a certain degree, sure. But in this Eastern Conference, I'm expecting for it to require 41 to maybe 40 wins to get the top 8 seed. I'm not fully confident that a team without Miles Turner and without Tyrese Halliburton to be able to make up that loss and be able to overcome it to getting a 40, 41, 42 win season out of them. I can't expect them to do that because I don't expect it with Boston. That is a lot of production that's going to be lost there. And you can only be so dynamic before you have to succumb to really the algorithm, if you will. So I'm going to say Indiana, much like Boston, is that 39, 37 win team. And they're fighting for maybe the 9th, 10th slot in the standings, and they'll ultimately lose because they don't have enough.
That's fair. The Clippers, put them in pretenders.
Gotcha.
I think you have to put them above the Rockets right now. They made a lot of good acquisitions. I just want to make sure what I say before I say them. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Because I know they got Brook Lopez, right?
They got Brook Lopez, yep. They got Bradley Beal as well.
Mm-hmm. They got let's see. Okay, so they kept Nicholas Batum. They got Bradley Beal. They got John Collins as well, which is a really good signing.
Oh yeah. And they got CP3 coming off the bench.
CP3 as well. Now they are old as hell, but the fact that they were able to keep all of these players is really good. And I think in the regular season they're going to be a really good team. We already saw James Harden throughout majority of the season being your main playmaker, passer, decision maker in the regular season. You're gonna have like a top 10 offense, or your offense is going to be at least decent in the regular season. Yeah, top 10 offense was a lie because they were 14th offense, but you're gonna have what's called a top half offense with James Harden at the helm. And then you also
I could have sworn they had one of the worst offenses to start off the season, but they had like the best defense or something like that.
You might be right. Let me. We can check some other time. But
yeah.
And then now that they also added CP3, which is another decision maker, passer, playmaker for the team when James Harden comes off the court, they're just gonna have a consistent offense. And then they also have a lot of defensive pieces now with they still have Ben Simmons. Am I going crazy? No, they don't. They still have Batum. They still have Chris Dunn, Zubats, John Collins. They have Derek Jones Jr. So they have a lot of defensive pieces that they can still use to keep them having like a top. Oh, they had a third defense last year, like a top 5, top 10 defense, which is going to mean that they're still going to be, like the top 6. But I have an issue with that. Them in the playoffs, I just don't believe in them in the playoffs. So that's why I have them in the pretenders. Before you carry on, I'm gonna speak in the chat again.
Yes, sir.
Here it is. Let's go. Rockets equal 4 seed. Reed Shepherd's gonna have a breakout season. I see a star potential at Reed. Yeah, that's another thing. I don't think we spoke about. Wait, who was the person that had the Rockets? Was it me?
Mm-hmm.
Damn, I did not speak much about the Rockets. Amen Thompson going to be what's called another year of Amen Thompson development, which is really good. Sengun looked amazing in the FIBA. It was FIBA, right?
No,
Eurobasket. There you go. Mm-hmm. It was amazing in Eurobasket. Another year of Tari Eason and Jabari Smith development. We don't know how that's gonna work out, but that's gonna be a good thing. And then Reed Shepherd could possibly have a actual really good season. I see soft potential Reed. Golden State are the oldest playing team. Warriors are playing team. He did casual. He was in and out of a deep guard rotation. Reed dropped 25 and 7. Okay, so he did break his hand. I have the Spurs as pretenders. Casual living up to his name. Basketball casual. Oh yeah, this is when you was talking about your Nemhard hate. Nemhard is what you youngers call a two-way player. Okay. Indy scores enough points to win games. Hallie, no Hallie. Fairs. Casual living up to his names. The Bucks are the only team Casual seriously pays attention to. Bucks are pretenders at the back end. He forgot Carlisle can coach too. That's one thing I have to say. Yeah, Carlisle is one of the best coaches in the league as well. It's like top 5, top 3.
He is. So is Eric Spoelstra, and Eric Spoelstra has years where he's in the play-in and ultimately missing the playoffs because.
Yeah, that's true.
So.
That's true. I do want to say that I think that the Pacers are just a lot more offensively inclined and just better than some of those years. But y'all realize and the East is weaker than those Miami Heats sometimes, but they were in the play-in. Y'all realize 8 teams, 4 from each conference make the play-in. Yeah, but you're missing the point. We're not saying they're going to actually being like pretenders. Pretenders isn't just like different from the play-in. The play-in is just like, yeah, we just only see you as a play-in.
Yeah, you're nothing more than a play-in.
You can be like a threat in the first round, but realistically, you ain't going further than like the second round. That's what they are. And the contenders are, actual contending for.
And again, I don't know how many times. Damn. So, shit. Are you a casual? Are you living up to my name, nigga? Because like it seems like the only time you seriously pay attention to what I'm saying is when I'm on your show. I literally said by the time we finish this entire list, we're going to reorganize it so we could put teams in this proper place, because some of these teams that are in pretenders and lottery teams, realistically, they could just fall into playing. So, like, nigga, did you like? Never mind. Anyway, I got the Lakers. Playing is crazy. Pretenders is where these niggas belong, though. I'm putting them ahead of Atlanta, behind Houston. I think obviously the Luka Doncic, the phenom that is Luka Doncic has been going crazy this offseason. What that nigga has done in the Eurobasket, seeing him obviously losing weight, and he was speaking about it, and I think that part of that was the Lakers media sort of pushing around to sort of let people know, hey, new year, new Luka. But he went into the Eurobasket League and he showed how good he is and how much him losing weight actually makes him a little bit more of a viable option, not just defensively, obviously, but also offensively. He was able to operate and pick and rolls more quicker than he typically does. Typically, we see him in the NBA and he comes off of the screen anticipating a switch for him to get into isolation mode. But in the basket league, he was running with the roller to be able to keep keep pressure on the defense while he's in traffic. That is something that I think is that once Luka Doncic is quick enough to use his size to force you to move with him, that is you're donezo, because you already can't guard the nigga by himself. But that being said, though, I think LeBron James also is a conversation that needs to be had. Brother, this nigga's about to be 41. That's fucking crazy to expect. That for me, if I was to expect LeBron James at this stage of his career,
yeah, he'll be 41 during the season.
Yeah, that would be crazy for me to expect LeBron James at this stage of his career to be a consistent, viable option as a secondary option, to be, consistent of any sorts. And I think with this team, the ultimate problem we're going to come to is that's what it's going to take. It's not just going to take Luka Doncic having to be consistent. It's not just going to take Austin Reeves having to be consistent. You're going to have to be asking LeBron James at 41, DeAndre Ayton, Rui Hachimura to be consistent, because they don't have the depth that people believe. A lot of people are pointing at this Marcus Smart addition that they got during the offseason. I, although think that Marcus Smart can provide still something defensively, I don't think it's anywhere near what he was providing in his Boston days. And even more so, I never was a huge fan of Marcus Smart offensively. And with Luka Doncic and LeBron James at the helm, you can only help but feel like Marcus Smart is going to be reduced to a floor spacer, a pseudo floor spacer when he's on the court. And
he's not even like a floor spacer.
And he's not a floor spacer like that. So I think that this team is a top 5 seed in the Western Conference. In this Western Conference, outside of OKC, Denver, Clippers, Rockets, LA is there. They're that next team up. But once they get there, I think it's up in the air on where exactly they could go. Because if they see Houston or the Clippers in the first round, I think we all can't help but feel like the Clippers or Houston have the upper hand in that sort. Probably not Houston as much as the Clippers, but still the talent gap in total, as far as roster structure is different. And if they saw the Minnesota Timberwolves again, I'm not fully confident that them now is that much better than they were last year compared to Minnesota. Like, what is the move? What is the nurturing that they could do during the season that's going to put them over the top to where they clearly separate from teams like Minnesota and Golden State or Dallas?
I actually don't know.
Mm-hmm. So that's why I'm gonna put them. I'm gonna put them in pretenders right behind Houston.
The Grizzlies. Oh, another playing team, boy.
We have not talked about them at all this offseason.
Yeah, and for good reason. Can't lie. It hurts me to say this, but Jaren Jackson, my guy. It's gonna be a tough year for you, bro. Man, and I was so happy about his offensive development this season. The finishing with both hands, his driving game developing, his mismatch attacking, the fact that he's still a 3-point shooter like that, the fact that he got better from being a literal non-passer to being just bad. Like, he was doing although I'm still gonna be just tuning in to see like how he develops as a passer, and I'm really curious if he does develop those skills. But and then you already know I'm a Ja Morant hater, so I'm happy to say this. They're a playing team, so I'm just happy to say that.
Miami. Oh, nigga, you get Milwaukee?
Yes.
Oh, hell no. Nah. I want to switch. I
mean, you get. Okay. You can get Milwaukee. I'm getting Sixers though, because you.
Okay, that's fine. That's fair. All right.
You're Miami. I spoke about the Grizzlies.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Miami is a play-in team. I think Miami getting Andrew Wiggins, and it's coming out that Andrew Wiggins is going to be shopped, which I don't really think makes the most sense, because I actually think they sneakily are on to something with the unit that they have, having Davion Mitchell and Andrew Wiggins being able to back up Tyler Hero, two defensive-minded guards and wings that could be able to play alongside of him as an off-ball threat, or they are competent enough to have the ball in their hands to make decisions. Bam Adebayo, obviously being who Bam Adebayo is, a little bit inconsistent, but defensively, you know what you're getting from him, and as a unit, it hangs true for them as well. Defensively, you know what you're getting from this team. It's just the offensive versatility or dynamicism that is lacking with them. And I think that that's ultimately what drops them to play in. But I don't think that anybody should get this misconstrued. As of right now, with the roster that's designed, with Andrew Wiggins on this roster, with Eric Spoelstra at the helm as a coach, with Bam Adebayo there, Khalil Ware, shout out to Khalil Ware, especially one hell of a rookie season, but especially on the back end and in that postseason or going into the play-in last year, he looked phenomenal. And I only expect him to get better from here. So I'm going to put them at the top of play-in ahead of Memphis. But I could see them sneaking their way into the playoffs and causing hell for whoever's in the Eastern Conference. I got to see them. Oh, and then I could do Milwaukee? Oh, well, I mean, y'all already know how I feel about Milwaukee, so I'm not going to do it. But I'm gonna put them in pretenders.
Don't even dare. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. No. Put them. No. Put them back behind. Put them behind. You know where to put them. Put them behind the Pistons. They're not above the Pistons. Don't do that.
Nah, because I honestly don't think that they're above Dallas either. I think that Milwaukee and Golden State are sort of in the same realm, not really having a full identity, having a superstar that can, in the right situation, still give you dominant performances. Well, Giannis more than Steph, because Steph is 37, but can still give you dominance performances to be able to take you over the top. But at the end of the day, the personnel that they have, especially once they get down to the final testing grounds of for Milwaukee, the Orlando Magic, the New York Knicks, the Cleveland Cavaliers, they're ultimately just going to come short every single time because they just don't have the personnel to be able to fight against them. So yeah, I'm gonna put them behind Dallas.
The Timberwolves. Yeah, I'm like the more we go down here, the more I really think we should have a space between the pretenders and contenders, because the Timberwolves are on the top of pretenders, but I feel like they're really a contender. I'm putting them contender. Fuck it, just put them at the end of contenders.
Oh my, that is whoa.
I don't care, bro. Wait.
Whoa.
Let me see. OKC Nuggets.
Wow.
Are they my third best team in the West?
Are they the third best team in the West to you?
I need to think about that. The Thunder, they are, because my actual third best team was the Rockets, and then they got injured. Yeah, they are my third best team.
Wow, Minnesota's better than the Clippers?
Yes. Wow. I don't believe in the Clippers in a postseason, boy. Yo, I do not believe in them in the postseason. I don't. So to carry on with the Timberwolves, after last season reaching the WCF again, they're now going to be putting more emphasis on developing their young talent in it was called Rob Dillingham. Terrence Shannon Jr. showed up and showed out in the playoffs whenever he was placed in, and he's going to probably have a bigger part of the offense now because of the fact that they lost Nickeil Alexander-Walker last year. They also lost, not lost, but, Mike Conley. He's looking kind of Asian now. So
Conley is Conleying.
He's looking kind of ancient, so they're going to need more offensive punch from the bench and the young players coming in. I just think that they're going to be focusing more on like developing the young players, and I think they should be able to still supplement some of the stuff that they're missing from Nickeil Alexander-Walker, because Jordan Clark could do stuff that Nickeil was doing, and then also the playmaking from Mike Conley when it comes to Rob Dillingham. Plus, Terrence Shannon Jr., his downhill threat, his rim pressure, and possibly him developing his three, he could get more minutes and it'll be very valuable for them.
So you don't think Nickeil Alexander-Walker leaving for nothing isn't going to hurt them?
Oh, I do, but that's why I was saying that they're probably going to be banking on their young players developing into those specific spots, like the Mike Conley regression and also Nickeil Alexander, nor leaving to the Hawks. I think those young players can develop and fill those gaps essentially.
Okay. I personally would put the Clippers ahead of them, but I have no problem with it. They've earned the right making it to.
Who did the Clippers? Straight. You or me?
You did the Clippers.
Put them in contenders as well. They could be at the end of the contenders.
Okay.
Behind, yeah. Okay. I don't like how the pretenders are so full. Pause.
Yeah, nah. I know what you mean. Damn, majority of the contenders is in the Western Conference. Who would have thought? The New Orleans Pelicans.
I thought you were saying that
seriously.
Yeah.
As far as the Pelicans go, I don't think I need to say much about this. Zion Williamson just came out looking skinny as fuck, and I think it's for the better.
So come on.
They're without Brandon Ingram now, with Brandon Ingram going to Toronto. So it's Trey Murphy and Herb Jones primarily coveting those starting forward spots. I think that is for the better as well. I also think that DeJounte Murray coming back at some point during this season and having Jordan Poole occupying the starting guard spot is for the better. That being said, though, is a lot of questions. And unlike most of these teams that we covered this stream so far, New Orleans injury history is all over the place. since Zion Williamson has touched down in New Orleans. So I find it very hard for me to even see a reality where they don't have similar issues this season. I do not wish it on anyone, but it's hard not to take that into account in this situation. And so for that, I'm going to put them in the play-in spot, and I'm going to put them right ahead of Memphis.
Okay. So the Knicks to me are going to be at the end of contenders. I just still think like they have so much offensive talent, and I think that's what keeps them in these conversations. Carl Anthony Towns being one of the best offensive bigs in the league. Jalen Brunson being an arguable top 10 player for a lot of people. I think for me, I think he's 11th in the league. I'd say he's about 11th. If you have him around 12 to 10, I think that's fair. But I just think having your two best players being defensive negatives is always going to be a hard way to win a championship with those two players. Because think about it from my perspective, right? Who is the last team? Who's the last team to win a chip where their two best players are defensive negatives?
Or defensive negatives? I can't think of one. I would probably say like the closest one that you could find is like, oh no, you can't even say that.
And for the Knicks fans in the chat, please tell me a team that had their two best players be defensive negatives. Please enlighten me. I genuinely want you to try and disprove what I'm going to say here. Now, to add on to that, that is my biggest issue. Towns and Brunson aren't defensive. Yeah, I'm not listening to you no more. That's crazy.
Wait, who said that?
The Knicks fan.
Oh shit! I wasn't even looking at the chat. Oh, that's Ro. Oh well, you know, Ro is a Knicks fan. You know.
No, but the thing is, like, don't get me wrong. I'm a Sixers fan as well, but I can call a spade a spade. I know that Tyrese Maxey was bad defensively until last year.
Yeah, but you know ball.
Right. You shouldn't you shouldn't, even if you're a fan of a team, there's certain things you're gonna be like a bias against, but there's certain things you just can't lie. Saying Brunson is a great charge taker, like that means that he's still a good defender. Teams literally routinely throw him into pick and roll, and he's like one of the worst pick and roll defenders we've ever seen. Carl Anthony Towns has no defensive. God, yeah.
No, I was about to say, bro, did you hear what Zeno asked? Name a championship team who their two best players, their two best backcourt players, or two best players.
The two best players. And the thing is,
are defensive liabilities.
He skipped past that by saying Towns and Brunson are defensive negatives. That's what he tried to do.
Well, now he's saying Denver, Jamal Murray, Jokic,
Jamal Murray is neutral. He's not bad defensively. In fact, in that playoff run, he was good. So I don't know what you're saying. Murray is not a bad defender by any stretch of the imagination. Especially in 2023, he wasn't a bad defender. At worst, he was neutral. You can't say that about Brunson, who's routinely one of the worst routinely one of the worst pick and roll defenders in the league. And Carl Anthony Towns literally has pretty much no defensive positives outside of like post defense. So I don't know what you're trying to say here. Give me the team that's knocking New York off. The Cavs? OKC?
What?
The Nuggets? The three teams that you're gonna be seeing?
The teams that are ahead of them on this list.
Like, bro, all of these teams outside of like the Clippers are really the only one. Murray neutral is a cop out. I said at worst. Wait. It's finals. So I didn't say the Cavs. Fairs. I didn't say the Cavs. Who in the East is stopping the Knicks from reaching the NBA? I just said the Cavs about 5 times.
Knicks are title favorites. Oh no, Chad, no.
Yes. Or conference finals, and you called them worst contenders. Contenders meaning that they have a chance to win. What's called get to the championship or win a championship. They have a chance. That's why they're in the contenders. And all these other teams above them are better than them. Outside of the Clippers, I think it's arguable. You can argue that they're better than the Clippers, but the other 4 teams are better than them, and I don't think that's arguable. I mean, okay. Move the Knicks above the Clippers because that's one I think.
I think you could argue the Knicks are better than Minnesota, to be quite honest.
That's also what I was gonna go to. They could arguably be above the Minnesota Timberwolves, but I'm more comfortable believing in the progression of the young players. But then I'm also saying to myself, and I also believe in Ant's progression to close like the gap of Jalen Brunson. And
I was about to say between him and he said we making
you a Philly fan. Of course, you're still salty what we did to y'all 2 seasons ago. I don't care what you did to me 2 seasons ago. Like, I'm actually quite. Actually, Justin can tell you, I literally had you guys winning in 6 going into that season. It really doesn't mean much to me if you guys won or not. I literally came into that season saying, into that series saying, my Philly fan bias, we win in 7. But realistically, you guys are winning in 6. Well, I don't really care.
The Knicks fan is about to try to hog the mic. So let me go ahead and get my troll ons. I hope you got your glasses. You ready? Let's go.
Yeah, you know.
Come on, I mean, you guys are trolling, right? Let me ask you this: What do you think? What do you think of Mike Brown's addition offensively to the Knicks situation?
I think it definitely beneficial.
I'm gonna ask you this: What were the Knicks not a top? Well, again, to Karl-Anthony Towns not being there a couple of years ago, but weren't the Knicks like a top 10 defense under the first 2 years?
You already admitted that Karl-Anthony Towns wasn't there, so that's mute.
I admitted what? Okay, so he wasn't there. Okay, so I mean Julius Randle gave you that much more defensively?
Yes.
Yes.
Ooh, that's a little. I mean, no. Okay, that's cool. See, the thing is, the liability that you think they are. Again, the Knicks have 3 All-NBA. Hold on. But the Knicks have 3 All-NBA defenders, contention defenders, filling in the other positions. The rotation.
Who's the 3?
It would be OG, Miles Bridges, and Mitch Robinson.
I don't know about that Miles Bridges shit. Also, Mitchell Robinson.
Miles Bridges
I respect his rim protection. That was 4 years ago. No, that was like. Well, it was 4 years ago. It was 4 years ago. He's clearly not the same.
28. What did he lose his defensive ability?
Pretty much, yeah. Actually, yeah. He got worse defensively. He got worse defensively.
Yes,
I think if you watch him in 2022 and watch him now, you could tell that he's different defensively.
Okay, did you see him against
one series does not move me before you say that.
I know one series against an elite player doesn't make it. Okay,
Jaylen Brown. Well, I'm pretty sure Jaylen Brown wasn't really.
No, he did a good job guarding Jason Tatum in the closing moments.
I mean,
Tatum is probably the
defensive play that clinched both the first 2 games against the All Stars.
You see, bro, I had your back right there. Remember that, bitch. Remember that.
No, I mean, like again, you don't have to think us as titles favorites. But the end of the contenders list,
if we didn't put anybody else in title favorites, why would we put y'all in title favorites?
I think it should be 2. I think it should be 2 title favorids. No. The top seed of each division of each conference.
Okay. That's
I see why you would say that. The only reason why I would disagree is because I think that at a certain point, if a team from another conference is
So
just much better than you and have a much more like consistent scheme than you, then they should be rewarded with being at the
But
top
are
of
you
the chart.
sure? Are you sure of that? Because to me,
I'm sure that when it comes to
OKC is
Oklahoma,
pretty thin.
when it comes to Oklahoma City, I think that I am 1,000% sure that they are going into this season as the bet-on favorites to be able to
Of
return
course
to
they
the
are.
NBA Finals.
Vegas has of that. But here's the thing: you're in an era where repeating is not as easy as it looks on paper. And again, I think Denver should be the favorites because Denver is now the horde. They're the hunters, right? And I think OKC was the hunters. Now they're being the hunted, and I don't think they're gonna take it in as well. I think they're gonna win 58 games, right? So I think they're gonna have a 10-win drop off. I think Denver is gonna get back to contention status.
Sorry to cut you off.
Sure.
Why do you think that they're going to have a 10-game drop off?
Because I don't think they're gonna go as hard after every game like that. Plus, like I said, I think they're gonna get everybody's best shot. OKC is not sneaking up on anybody this year. This team has been the first seed 2 years running.
They didn't sneak up on
anyone last year. Niggas
No,
knew
you're right.
who
They
were.
did it, but a lot of people, being that they got knocked off in the second round, didn't really take them as okay. This is the young OKC. They had a good year last year. Okay, they got Hartenstein, but
What? I don't
they're
agree
not
with that because by that logic, Pete, you're trying to tell me. So what's the difference between OKC last year and the
Celtics?
The Kings 3 years ago, 3 years ago, when they were the second seed. Niggas understood. Niggas understood who the Kings were, and they just.
I'll tell you,
adjusted
OKC played defense a lot better than that Kings team, right? And Mike, and again, this is what Mike Brown didn't have a good defense. Like when you have Sabonis as your center, that's as far as you can go. If you haven't looked at it, Knicks camp open, and Mitchell Robinson was wearing a blue jersey. Blue jersey means starters. So that means more than likely I can see Mitchell Robinson starting, pushing Karl-Anthony Towns to the 4, where he's a better defender, where I actually think he will be a positive as a 4, rather than a starting 4, rather than a starting 5. Yes, as a starting 5, his lateral quickness is not. But as a starting 4, there are not too many 4s that can expose Karl-Anthony Towns. So I think right off the bat, putting Josh Hart on the bench, making him the captain of the bench, the Knicks have an improved bench. The Knicks have, again, 2 elite wing defenders. And if you don't believe in Bridges, believe in OG, because that's the same OG that took Cade Cunningham out.
We all believe in OG.
We all believe in OG and Mitchell Robinson. Those are the 2 niggas that I never. You see how I never really said anything about those 2?
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I believe in them defensively. Those are.
But now you're sticking. Now you're putting Bridges at 6'6" on shooting guards. Give me the shooting guard is going to make it tough for him every night. He gives you a steady 20, 23, and 4.
No, C-Dub, it's not Giannis that statistically and factually causes problems for Karl-Anthony Towns. It's the guy that is the power forward for that team that's at the top of contenders. And that's why Cleveland is ahead of them. Because for all of what you just said, Ro, which I wholeheartedly agree. And even giving the caveat that I didn't know that Mitchell Robinson was practicing with the starters for most of this training camp. Understanding that logically, the best we saw New York during this postseason run was when Mitchell Robinson was on the floor with Karl-Anthony Towns. It would make sense that he would be starting, right? It would just make sense.
Yep.
But the problem is, there's a team that also runs a double big lineup. And actually, unlike Indiana, the New York Knicks don't have an answer to run a double big lineup where both of the bigs can space you out. And that's the conundrum you're dealing with Cleveland, because they actually have the bigs to hassle you. They just went and got a guard that could be able to hassle Jalen Brunson. You say it again?
Do you remember what happened in the playoffs in 2023?
I remember. Do you remember the head coach that was coaching the Cleveland Cavaliers?
Oh yeah, it was Bickerstaff. Okay.
Yeah. Do you
So
remember?
you're telling me that he
Do you
saw
remember
the
the
because
makeup?
this is the thing. Mobley is the guy that didn't shoot up for game 2. See, this is my problem with Cleveland.
Do you remember the makeup of the roster compared to now? Was a lot of the 3-point shooting that they had on this roster, was that on the Cleveland Cavaliers in 2023?
It's not night and day to me. It's not night and day to me. I still think, what they bring in Lonzo
It's
Ball.
It's not night and day. A team.
Who did they bring in Lonzo Ball?
No,
Cleveland did bring up night.
No. We're talking about this past season. Well, they brought in Lonzo Ball going into this upcoming season, but last season it wasn't just the fact that they had a Ty Jerome there. They went out and got a Max Strus. They went out and actually got gorgeous Yang.
Yeah, George's Niang.
To pair alongside Sam Merrill. Their 3-point shooter. And even though I understand, to be fair to you, you're not poo-pooing Kenny Atkinson as a head coach. I want to make this clear. Isaac Okoro, for every year that he was playing under JB Bickerstaff's offense, was struggling to shoot at an efficient clip as soon as you jumped up the volume. Yet when it came to Kenny Atkinson, not only was he shooting at an efficient clip, he was maintaining it throughout the entire season, and he was I didn't even know this, Zeno. This nigga was top 10 in no. He was top 10 in open 3-point percentage.
Yeah.
With more than he maintained that. He maintained that. He shot 37%.
Okay, that's cool. But I'm saying overall, how did it work up in the playoffs?
They lost because of injury.
So it will be
because of injury. So
second time in 3 years. Hold on.
So if we're talking about injuries, then fair enough. If we're banking on Cleveland getting hurt again in the postseason, I'm with you.
They were hurt, not injured. They were not injured. See, I want the theme to be here.
Wait, Darius Garland. Oh yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I want to talk with you.
So Darius Garland wasn't injured?
I want the theme to be here. That Cleveland's issue is a hard issue, because you're talking about y'all said Mobley, right? Mobley and Allen were guys that said 2 years ago when Mitch Robinson absolutely dominated them.
2 years ago
the lights were too bright.
Was a baby. When Mobley was a baby, yeah.
Okay, Mobley. It was 2 years ago. He's a baby. So this year he was the decoy, and here's the problem: he didn't suit up for game 2, but he played in game 3.
Because
it's not. He didn't even suit up.
It's that nuts and guts argument.
And what's his guy? Turner. I mean, not Turner. They got a punter. Did not suit up. That actually this is according to Kenya Martin, because I saw it on Gil's Arenas. That put a big rift in the locker room. And to me, stuff like that, I don't see Cleveland as true contenders. I see them as talented, but I see them as soft. When you don't suit up, this is what Kenya Martin said now. Again, they probably were hurt, but they played in game 3.
Who the fuck is Kenya Martin?
They didn't even suit up and take warm-ups. Guys like Max Strus was saying, and what's the guy, Ty Jerome? They were saying, what the hell is this? These are the guys we count on. This is our defensive player of the year. He just got the trophy. And then he did not suit up for game 2.
Who the fuck is Kenya Martin? What the fuck? Like, was he with Cleveland? Was he with Cleveland during the entire? Like, what the fuck? Like,
this is okay. So Kenya Martin is a guy that's probably tapped into certain teams. His son does play in the league, right? The fact of the matter is,
did he play with Cleveland?
No. Okay, whether he played with Cleveland or not, what I'm telling you is this is a locker room issue. The Knicks don't have that issue. The Knicks have guys.
But it's so ironic how Cleveland all of a sudden has locker room issues that could hold them from winning, but the Knicks is just everything's fine and dandy.
I didn't
Everything
say
that's
that.
going on,
Hold on, I didn't say that.
everything that's going on with Jalen Brunson's father, and how there's a whole bunch of rumors about issues that they having with him playing favoritism and all of that.
Okay.
That's not gonna play a factor then.
Okay, but what you don't have, because even when Mitchell Robinson was diagnosed with the broken ankle, he tried to play. He tried to convince them that I want to play the rest of the series.
And when Darius Garland had a broken ankle, he still played.
You're right. Because that was one of the things. Darius Garland suited up in that game too with the broken ankle. They was like, Mobley, you guys have like a strain. Why did you?
Mobley was hurt too.
Yes, he was hurt. He was not injured because he played in game 3 2 days later. The point is, again, is people questioning. Mobley is supposed to be one of the leaders of that team. So I'm telling you, you can bring up the Brunson situation.
Do you question it though?
Okay, no. This was actually found out from guys.
No. I don't give a shit about that. Do you care about that shit?
So it means nothing to you. Okay, cool.
No, bro. I'm asking you. Does it mean something to you?
Yes, it does. Because here's the bottom line. Here's the bottom line. 2 of the last 3 years, Cleveland. Now I can give them an excuse for Boston year in 24, right? But in 23 and 24, Cleveland had home court advantage and lost in a gentleman's sweep. So if you think that that's a championship front runner, well, good. Let's see them go out
Boston?
60-something games. Say again?
You just said you gave them out to Boston.
I said 2 of the last 3 years, casual.
But you just said they lost to Boston. That was in 20.
But I gave you the out for Boston. I said,
then why did you mention
still
wait. Wasn't Boston
2 of the last 3 years?
Okay. Are you talking about this past season against Indiana?
Indiana, and then 3 seasons ago against the Knicks. So 2 of the last 3 years, they will have had home court advantage and lost in a gentleman's sweep. So unless they come out and come out smoking the first 2 rounds, me as a Knicks fan who beat them 2 years ago and then got further than them this year and got further. Actually, we got further than 3 straight years, right?
No,
I don't take Cleveland. I'm looking down at Cleveland.
No, in 2024, you both got put out in the second round. What do you mean?
Yeah, but we lost in 7. They got
my nigga, you still lost.
Is it unserious, brother?
Philly fan.
You're just trying to.
Zeno, I know you're a Philly fan.
Okay, that literally has nothing to do with what I just said.
Let's get to your team.
I'm not gonna lie to you. You're not answering our question. You're literally just trying to say stuff.
Okay, what's the question?
The premise is, what did they both go in the second round?
Okay, they both went out in the second round.
Oh, correct. Okay, right. So either way, hold on, because you got to remember.
You're a nasty nigga for not.
You got to remember my point. As a Knicks fan, I am looking at Cleveland like I don't care that they went 4-0 in the playoffs. They did it without Mitchell Robinson. As I said, going into the playoffs, the Knicks are a completely different team without Mitchell Robinson, and we kind of proved that considering what we did to
and the Cleveland Cavaliers was a completely different team without Evan Mobley and Darius Garland.
Okay, they only lost Mobley for 1 game. We lost them for a whole goddamn year, half the year, 3/4 of the year.
Oh my god,
Mobley was literally. Was their best player in a regular season.
Possibly.
And also, not possibly, he was the best player in their regular season.
Okay, but they missed him for 1 game.
And then you're not this obtuse to not understand what injury does to a player. You understand that what he does, he's their third ball handler, decision maker offensively, can put
so is he strong enough to avoid injury this year?
Strong enough. What does strong have to do with injury?
Well, Zeno, I know you're a Philly fan,
but
Like you
everybody's injured.
like
especially
you
in the
just
playoffs.
like you just said about OKC, you gave
Because you're
OKC
just
the
doing
courtesy of
jabs,
saying that they
but that
wouldn't.
doesn't mean anything to me.
Like you just said with OKC, you gave them courtesy of saying that I wouldn't acknowledge that. Like you just said with OKC, where you gave them the courtesy of saying that they weren't going to win but 58 games, not because they're not good enough, but because they are not trying to win as many games so that they can be able to
they don't need to
they can
go up to
maintain it.
70 wins and nothing like that.
Same thing
Yeah.
with the team that was chasing after 70 wins right along with them. The Cleveland Cavaliers, instead of shooting for what did they get? 60, they got 65 wins,
64.
64 wins. They will shoot for 58 wins, especially in this Eastern Conference.
Cool,
They don't even need to be shooting for the stars like that. They get
That's
shoot
cool.
for
But
56
then
wins.
we're
That'd be good
talking
enough
about
for the
no. Look,
first
I
seed.
said they're going to be a good team, but I still think they have a soft underbelly. Again,
I know that's fine. That's fine. However, that has not done shit to sway our opinion in terms of putting them at the top, because their underbellies are too fragile for they get a tummy ache.
to be a contender, what contender means, right?
They could get a tummy ache and all of that, and they'll still use that tummy ache to shit on your team. So Cleveland is at the top. New York is at the bottom of contender. With it like second to bottom. Really, I think they should be in the middle.
And I'm laughing.
And that'd be that.
No, because see, Cass, this is my thing. For my mind, and that's fine. I'm a Knicks fan, right? What can I say? For my mind in turn, Cleveland would have to go through the season again, gangbusters, and then come out in the first 2 rounds and lose 1 game. Can they do that?
That's the thing.
If you want them niggas to be the 0-1 Lakers, I guess I don't give a shit about that. As long as them niggas are, but that's fair as well. We're talking about 2025, 2026 season. And in this season, with all of the injuries, all of the teams that actually knocked them out, Indiana knocked them out, not you niggas. They're gone.
No, we did
Boston,
in 23.
Boston knocked. That was a different team. We already established that.
Wait. Wasn't you the same one that understood that the difference was called the Karl Anthony Towns team is different than the team was called in 2023?
Cool.
So you should be able to understand.
Hold on. I don't think they're that different. I think the coach is the same. I think the coach is the same. I think Karl Anthony Towns assimilated.
So you think Mike Brown is Tom Thibodeau? You think Karl Anthony Towns is Julius Randle?
Cass. The Cleveland Cavaliers of 2023, 2024, 2022, 23 have the same top 4 players coming into this season. You do realize that, right?
You do realize
that they're going a lot more better as offensive, defensive players. They just
you actually did. You just don't want to acknowledge the shit because you keep
they won 5 playoff games.
They lost.
They won 5 playoff games.
And they lost to Indiana, who's out. They lost to Boston, who's out. So the niggas that knocked them out in this, the niggas that knocked them out in this form of who they are, who Evan Mobley, Darius Garland, Donovan Mitchell, the niggas who knocked them out, they're not a factor. So as far as you niggas is concerned with this iteration of y'all who's not as deep as you once was, because that same team that beat them, you're not as deep as you once were.
Sir, do you realize that? Hold on, casual. Do you realize? First of all, I was just about to say, nigga, you mentioning Malcolm Brogdon to me in Big 2025 is fucking hilarious. Stop it. Why is it hilarious?
Because Malcolm Brogdon has not been
6 man of the year 2 years ago, and he is fighting for a roster
and
spot.
What has he done since then? What has he done since then?
Okay, he's had 2 injury-plagued years on 2 bad teams. But 2 years ago, he was the deep boy.
And what's the most games he's played during that time period? What's the most games he played during that time period? What's the most games he played during that time period?
Casual. If he's done anything in the last 2 years.
What's the most games he played during that time period, bro?
I don't even know. But guess what? If he was in full form, we wouldn't have been available. What I'm telling you is we are so deep where we have a 6 man in a year from 2 years ago fighting for a roster spot. The Knicks are much more deep. And let's keep it real. Jordan Clarkson was a recent 6 man of the year. See, this is the problem, Casual. You guys can start for your team. You don't realize this, right? These guys can start for Milwaukee.
Recent wasn't Jordan Clarkson 6 man of the year in 2019?
Was it 19 or was it 21 or 22?
It might be 20. It might be 21, 22. I ain't gonna hold you because Jordan Clarkson. The last time when he won 6 man of the year, that was the last year or the second to last year that Donovan Mitchell was on the team. So I think that was
it was 21. It was 21.
Yeah. Okay, so that's recent enough.
But even
if Giannis won a recent championship, then Jordan Clarkson was a recent 6 man. I'm just saying, guys, look, at the end of the day,
championship you can't claim you have, nigga. What the fuck?
Okay, see, you're not even talking about championship. I just said recent. I'm just Casual. This is why you're a horrible debater.
I
just define what recent means. So we have 2 recent 6 men.
Nigga, it's a recent championship compared to a 6 man by an individual who doesn't play the same in a completely different scheme. Oh, nigga, you already did that. You already did that.
We're so deep. Hold on, Casual. We're so deep that we're willing to trade 2 of our younger players just to make a spot for Malcolm Brogdon.
Oh my God!
If Malcolm Brogdon could regain his form of 2 years ago, it is an absolute steal for a training camp invite.
I agree. It's a steal. I agree. It's a steal. But to act as if that's enough to put you over the top of a Cleveland Cavaliers,
to you, this is why we're deep.
Saying you're as deep as you were in 2023. Before trading for Karl-Anthony Towns.
Actually, we were a much better team than we were in 2023.
Nobody said you're worse. Nobody said you're worse.
No, we're much better.
No one said you're worse. No one said you're worse.
Like what?
You just keep reiterating what no one said. No one said you're worse. But to argue that you're as deep as you once were when you were putting out rosters that were running 8, 9, sometimes 10 deep.
10 deep.
Fucking
more than that, bro.
No. Thibodeau played 9 players,
bro,
especially in the playoffs.
No. I agree. But to argue that you,
I'll leave it at this.
Argue, no. Because I need you to hear this shit. Because you keep doing this thing where you're talking over, so you're not hearing what we're saying. No one said that your team currently is worse than you were in 23. What we are saying is for Cleveland, there is a team that is running 8, 9, 10 deep, nigga. And y'all now just added 2 niggas, so now y'all can run 7, 8 deep.
Okay, but
it's not as valuable as it was in 23, which you keep mentioning as the one time y'all actually beat Cleveland. Because newsflash, y'all beat Cleveland with a worse coach than what they have now, and y'all are significantly less deep than y'all were in 23 when y'all were pushing out Julius Randle, Jalen Brunson, RJ Barrett, Emmanuel Quickley, Quentin Grimes, Josh Hart, Hardenstein, Mitchell Robinson, Obi Toppin, Cam Reddish. Like, y'all were pushing out more talent. Miles McBride.
Sir, you said Cam
Reddish. What is wrong with you?
Wait, Cass. You said you're poo-pooing Miles McBride. Yeah, you said Cam Reddish.
Who poo-pooed Miles McBride?
Nigga, if anything, he's boosting Miles McBride.
You realize Cam Reddish? Hold on, you realize Cam Reddish is in Lithuania? The number 2 player of the 2018 high school class is now in Lithuania.
What are you talking about?
Okay, no. What? No, because the funny part is when you talk about how deep the Knicks were in 23, right? 3 or 4 of those guys I know for a fact Thibodeau didn't trust. This is why we traded Obi Toppin for 2 second-round picks in 2028 and 2031.
And look where that got you.
I know you're right. And look where it got us. This is where it got Thibodeau on the unemployment.
Nigga, in 23, he ran 10 players deep.
No, not really. Trust me, guys. Especially in the
Nigga, I'm
playoffs.
telling you right now.
How
I'm
would you
looking at
telling
it.
me as the Knicks fan that watches every fucking
Because
game?
as a nigga that actually knows the facts, I'm looking at it right now. He was
Okay,
playing
but here's
10
the
deep
problem.
because he had
Here's the
no
problem.
choice.
Bro, okay, here's the problem. The only reason those guys got consistent minutes was because of injuries.
Yes.
Thibodeau,
And he's
okay,
still ran
but hold
10
on.
deep
But
though.
Thibodeau did not
No,
trust
there's
those
no
guys.
hold on. You literally gave us a reason why he did so, but that still doesn't deny the fact that what Casual said is true.
did it.
He ran 10 deep.
So you said we were 10 deep, but what does it matter if Thibodeau was not playing those guys unless he had to play them? Mind you, Toppin didn't get consistent minutes. Even when hold on, when Julius Randle got his ankle twisted by Bam Adebayo biting on an up fake, right? Randle was on an All NBA year that year. Then Toppin played the last 15 games of the regular season. Come to playoffs, Thibodeau did not trust Toppin.
Toppin played 11 games during the playoffs. All 11 games that y'all had to play in, he participated in.
Minutes? Did he play major minutes?
He averaged 18 minutes a game.
Okay, that's not major, especially considering. Hold on, Kaz. Especially considering Julius Randle's ankle never really fully healed. So
Julius Randle averaged 33 minutes during that postseason run.
Yes, I know. That means he force-fed. He force-fed an injured Julius Randle into the lineup, which is why we lost to Miami. I want you to understand it. Like, you're telling me things, looking at stat sheets when I'm a Knicks fan that watched every fucking game. You understand? And I watched what we did to Cleveland. Now, again, y'all want to say Cleveland is much better? Cool.
I'm looking at the depth chart.
Yes, you're looking at the depth chart.
Y'all got my
Cleveland still hold on
here.
The significance of
It's
Cleveland's
because Rowe came in, nigga. We haven't even got to finish Orlando and Philly because
I tried to end this, but you want to keep going.
My coworker listening, man, y'all. He ain't feeling some of these.
No, this is crazy.
He ain't feeling some of these.
Shit. Well, tell him to Nah, let me not. Nah, I don't want you to get you fired.
He went to his room, but yeah.
Yeah, all right. My bad. I didn't want to hijack the show. I tried to give it to you. I try to give it. Bottom line, Cleveland has the same top 4 players. Okay, you want to tell me they're significantly better? Again, I need to see them in the conference finals. If you want to make them true contenders, let's get to the conference finals. Hey, I would love to see the Knicks and Cleveland Cavaliers in the conference finals. You know, but I want to leave on this point with the Knicks improvement.
That's literally like, especially the way that they're going. It's literally only Cleveland versus New York, Orlando. It's like
I think y'all sleeping on Detroit, but that's another story because JB Bickerstaff, who coached Cleveland back then, is a pretty decent coach. Anyway,
me on the Pistons.
Mike Brown. Hold on, Mike Brown. His first season in Sacramento improved them by 9.5 offensive rating. So he took the same Sacramento team that had at the time Fox, Monk, and the bonus, and he made them 9.5 better per 100 possessions. So I see a similar type of improvement with the Knicks offensively. Defensively, in Mitch we trust, in OG we trust, and in Miles we trust. Whatever negative Karl-Anthony Towns and Brunson is, good luck hunting them. Good luck hunting them with the guys that we have on the wings and in the back line, backing them up. Deuce also gets in there. If we don't trade Deuce gets in there and can guard who Brunson can. So I'll tell you this: if you can name 3 better two-man like top 2-man games than Karl-Anthony Towns and Brunson, I'll be surprised in the league.
Y'all have the best. They do have the best pick and roll tandem between you.
I see what's the name unlocking it.
Towns.
And I see Mike Brown and his new style of offense.
Mike Brown can't unlock it more than he can't. If anything, he would just reduce it to more handoffs than anything.
I'm just saying he did it. Especially he did something.
Yes. What he did exactly similar to what he did with Fox and Sabonis in Sacramento. And guess what? At the end of the day, it gets predictable at a certain point because you're having Karl Anthony Towns, or he had Sabonis, just operating in the same area every single time. So eventually you got to push him out. Now, the advantage that Karl Anthony Towns has compared to Sabonis is he's actually a legit floor spacer. So he can. So if you sort of deviated from the DHO, Karl Anthony Towns could just pop out and it will force the defense to even have to stretch further. So that is a benefit that I think Mike Brown can provide. However, the benefit that Cleveland has is they have not one, not two, but three legitimate active athletic big forwards that can be able to operate both outward and inward. Isaac Okoro, along with I don't know if Isaac Okoro is still there, but I know DeAndre. I know DeAndre Hunter is still there. Yet another forward that they re-upped on last year. That him paired alongside Evan Mobley and Jared Allen can be able to not only cover space to get out there to cover Karl Anthony Towns and OG Anunoby and whoever might be popping out after the DHO, but they can also have the foot speed to get back into the play to cover the paint when inevitably you try to drive with Josh Hart to get one of those famous up and unders that I don't know why he tries to do so often. So
do you have a guy that you could guard one-on-one Brunson with? Because I don't think there's like 5 guys in the league that can do that.
I mean, Jalen Brunson
is on Chicago, by the way.
Fire.
Oh yeah.
Damn.
So Okoro was their best Brunson.
That was not that. Oh, well, was he his best?
Yeah, he was.
Isaac Okoro hadn't guarded him. Well, I got to check the percentage because they didn't see him in the postseason, but in the regular season, I don't think he was the best defender. I actually think it was.
Well, let's put it this way: it won't be Garland, and it won't be Spider.
I mean, why would you guard? Same thing you could say about Cleveland. Why would Jalen Brunson have to guard Darius Garland or Donovan Mitchell when he?
You're right. He doesn't. When we have OG and we have. See, I think you forget that OG is a walking 18 points a game.
Obviously, I'm not forgetting because I'm about to mention exactly the benefits that you have having OG Anunoby, Mikal Bridges being able to play alongside Jalen Brunson is far more beneficial than I think, even to be fair, Zeno was giving credit to. I think I think Mikal Bridges is a more positive defender than was. Now, I'm not agreeing with you by any stretch of me that he still has Phoenix Mikal Bridges in him. That is just that's asinine, especially if you've seen him over the last 3 seasons. He has clearly lost just the want to be able to cover space and fight through screens. He dies on screens.
I've seen this guy lock up John Morant at his best and during the regular season. But, again, that's another story.
This year was not John Morant's best offensively.
Well, I know John was
not even
at the time.
This is not even close to what he. This is not even close to what he was doing in, what was it, 22?
That is true, but he's still John Morant.
Not even close to what he was doing in 22. Not really. With all the injuries that he's dealing with, I wouldn't be surprised if when we go and look at the film, he's lost significant amount of traction. But even still, the problem is, and again, I keep reiterating this, and I'm gonna say it one last time so we could get these last teams out because I want to wrap the stream up. But Cleveland and New York have a very similar skill set and team structure wise. The difference between Cleveland and New York is the fact that Cleveland has the capability of operating through a system that is not just solely based on their 2 stars in Donovan Mitchell and Evan Mobley, or Darius Garland and Evan Mobley. If you think that is, they can be able to function without them even having the ball in their hands. They run a motion offense primarily. Mike Brown, even though I do believe offensively he is far more skilled of a coach than Tom Thibodeau, ultimately his decision of what style to play is going to be focused primarily on Jalen Brunson and Karl Anthony Towns' actions, because that is the most efficient offense that y'all could possibly run. That is also the most predictable thing that you could do. And Cleveland is one of the best defenses in the entire association, both in the regular season and especially in the postseason. So yes, I'm going to take Cleveland in each of those matchups with you guys, both in the regular season and in the postseason. And I'm gonna finish with this: did y'all beat them in the regular season this year?
Did we have mentioned any of those games?
Did y'all play them?
Did we have
and
mentioned
win?
any of those games?
Did y'all play them and win? It's a simple question.
You're talking about regular season. Okay, we didn't beat Boston. What happened there? We didn't beat Boston. What happened there?
Did y'all?
Okay.
Did y'all?
No, we
did y'all?
didn't. No, we didn't.
Okay.
No, we didn't.
Okay.
And we didn't beat Boston.
Okay.
And what happened there? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And guess what?
Knicks
And guess
in
what?
5.
And guess what?
Knicks in
Cleveland is
5.
far more consistent than whatever the fuck Boston was throwing at you that year. And then on top of
really?
that, the nigga got hurt.
Cleveland was more
Yes,
consistent
Cleveland
than
was a better offense than Boston last year.
Oh, they definitely did. They had a historic offense last year. But, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And where was Boston?
I want to say they were fourth. Let me
Top
see.
5, top 6, right? Okay.
Probably top 5-ish.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they set the record for most 3-pointers made.
They weren't the only ones that broke
Boston had the second offense.
Oh, okay. So there we go. See, problem is you're very good at your Martin Luther King rants, casual. But one thing you did when you said we just run through those two guys, did you forget that Miles Bridges and OG Anunoby, those two can put the ball on the floor and get 18 a night, second and third and fourth options. So again, good luck, Cleveland. We'll see you. I'm not. We were 0-4 against them. We were 0-4 against Boston. We were 0-2 against OKC. Means shit. They didn't. As I said, going into the playoffs, y'all did not play the real Knicks team. Again, the real Knicks team got their ass smoked by Indiana. That was a Thibodeau problem. We rectified it. Knicks in 5. Y'all can get to the next team though. I didn't want to hold it up. I didn't want to make this a whole Knicks thing. I got 10 toes down and make a Knicks show.
Yeah, you definitely should. That's why and by the way, that's why you lose debates, because you don't fucking listen to what a nigga said. Nobody said.
I listened to every word you said. I counted every point.
So I said that y'all only run through Jalen Brunson and Karl Anthony Towns. That's what I said.
No, but that's the whole reason of getting.
Is that Brown. What I said? Is that
that's
what I said?
That's the whole reason of getting Brown.
Is that what I said?
Diversify.
Okay. Anyway, we're moving on. Yeah, that's why you lose.
Yes, sir. Please.
Okay, so Orlando contenders. I mean, obviously, right? Like, and I think, especially having this conversation with you, I'm going to put him behind the Knicks. I think Orlando has made like great strides this season. This offseason, I think getting Desmond Bane obviously is a major win. Getting off of KCP is the biggest win that they could have fucking made, because that nigga was a terrorist. I also think getting off of Cole Anthony was a slight dub for them, because I think that it opened the floodgates for more minutes to be given to their defensive guard that's developing behind the scenes, and Anthony Black.
Hey, shout out to Anthony, nigga, man.
Oh my god. I also think giving Franz the contract that relieves a lot of stress that could have went on this season about, the status of Franz and what's going on between him and Paolo. It's nice that they took care of him. I also think that with a healthy season between Paolo and Franz, they should not have as much of an inconsistent offensive stretch as they had during this past season. I also think that part of that was because of injuries. I don't see Paolo having another injury, because he typically does not. And then I also think Wendell Carter Jr., Goga, I just think that their front court is fighting with all of these teams for the best defensive front court in the entire association. I think Dallas also has a fight for that, but I definitely think Orlando has a definitive case to be the best defensive front court in the entire association. And so all of that together, especially in the Eastern Conference, where, as we mentioned, the New York Knicks have Karl Anthony Towns and Mitchell Robinson at the helm. Cleveland Cavaliers have Evan Mobley and Jared Allen at the helm. The fact that they have bigs that could be able to contest Jared Allen with rim protection and Goga, but they also have a player in Wendell Carter Jr. that can go out and guard in space with a certain level of comfort that very few bigs possess. I think that is the claim to fame for them. That being said, though, the reason why I'm putting them behind New York, Zeno, I'm questioning about this offense. I still don't know exactly, especially when it comes to Jamal Mosley. What the fuck does he plan on running in terms of like a consistent offense?
Well,
It's like
last year, when they started, they were running the pick and roll between
Paolo
and the guard. He's escaping me, Jalen Suggs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they are running a lot of pick and roll between them two, and that was actually helping Jalen Suggs get off. And actually, was what was making him like a really good offensive player until he went down and Paolo went down, and then he went down. Yeah, so that's one of the things that they do.
But I don't know if that. To be honest with you, I don't know if that was benefiting Franz though, because you're taking the ball out of his hands to run offense that's primarily with Paolo in mind. So now Franz has to be sort of more. He has to play sort of a J-Dub role, if you will, of secondary ball handler, attacking closeouts, getting off in that manner. And Franz is a little bit more of an initiator than I think people realized, because as soon as Paolo went down, Franz immediately started to get into the flow of things, and he had probably his best shooting stretch of the season when it was just him and Jalen Suggs at the helm. So I think that this is the season where Jamal Mosley has to figure it out. I think he could have used it they used it as an excuse, KCP not playing to the level of which the money that they gave him. But this season, Desmond Bane is a legitimate shooter. He's actually good enough to be a tertiary ball handler, and even more so, he's a spacer that they could all, they all desperately need to be able to get some of the defensive focus off of them. I don't think Jamal Mosley has an excuse at this point. If a functioning offense is not made out of this core at this point, I think he might lose his job. But that being said, though, I'm gonna put him behind New York. Still, definitely contenders. I could definitely see them in the Eastern Conference Finals going to throws with Cleveland. Lord knows they've already done it. But that's as far as I can really put them. I'm not feeling fully confident putting them over New York or Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here goes your Philly.
I'm not gonna lie, I have us pretenders. Put us around. Just have us above. Just put us between the Pistons and the Mavericks. I'm putting us as the pretenders because right now I've heard a lot of information that Joel Embiid is healthy. I've heard that. We already know that. What's his name? Paul George isn't starting the season because he's coming back from a surgery. But my issue is, right, I genuinely don't know how this team is going to look throughout the regular season, firstly, because we've not played. This team has not played together when they're all fully healthy. That's not happened because Embiid last year was not healthy, right? Mm-hmm. And then in the playoffs, we still need to understand like what's the continuity with all this team is going to look like. So realistically, I can't come up here and tell you, yes, well, we're a contending level team, when realistically we've never seen this team all together when healthy. I've yet to see what Embiid is actually going to look like in 2025-26. I have no idea what those two players are going to look like, and they're like a big integral part of our team. Now, the positives of our team, the young players that we drafted in VJ Eshko, I think he's going to have a really good rookie season. I think Maxey is going to develop more as a passer playmaker because Embiid is going to be missing back-to-backs and all this type of stuff. And if you recall, we have the most back-to-backs in the league, tied with some other teams as well. So he's going to be needing to learn how to actually break down defenses and actually generate open shots for his team.
I had a question, Zeno.
Go ahead.
What is your and obviously you did a good breakdown of Philly. What is your long-term plan B for Embiid and Paul George's spot? Because obviously I looked at the roster. Paul George, I got to start at the 4. Embiid is your 5, obviously. Do you have a plan B for those two guys?
Paul George, so what's called Embiid in certain instances, Paul George won't be playing the 4. He'll be slid down to the 3, and we play Trent Watford or who's the other one? I can't remember.
Do you like Watford?
I have watched a little bit of him, and I think that he could fit into the roster because of who's the big rebounder that we got? I can't remember. We have a rebounding 4, which is really good because ever since Embiid has become Embiid, we've not had like a rebounding 4 like that. We had Jabari Walker. There you go. Jabari Walker is like a big rebounder.
Yeah, I like Walker a little bit.
Yeah, so that's one thing that I can hope to see if he could really be like that rebounding 4 that we need. Or Trent Watford, who can he has some passing feel, can somewhat space the floor, but he like doesn't take too many threes. Those type of things that we're gonna have to hope are just, what's the word I'm looking for?
You better hope that they're solid and they make a quantum leap.
I don't think they need to be like a quality leap. They just need to be able to space the floor, and also when Embiid is off the floor, provide Maxey with another like valve or opportunity, whether it's in pick and roll or just be useful offensively while doing their job defensively.
Well, see, and I asked that question is because I think Philly has the biggest spread of floor to top side. Like,
I agree with you.
Yeah, they could be a 25-win team again in the lottery.
I don't think we're going to be 25 though. That's
if Embiid plays 40 games or less, and Paul, which is very realistic, because again, yes, they might be looking good now, but one bump here, one bump there, and these two have been two of the most injury prone players. And again, you were going to need now Trent Watford. You're going to need even Drummond to throw it back, right?
I'll be real with you. Embiid playing 25 games would mean we're not 25. I'm going to be real with you. And I think Embiid being healthy means that he's playing north of 40 games. If Embiid is playing 20 plus games, we are not a 25 ball club, because Embiid is just that like. Embiid, like, consistently, I don't think people realize this. You know that Embiid, ever since Embiid has, like, been this level of a player, if he's playing 50-plus games, we're, like, always a 50-plus win team, right? You guys know that, right? Like, Embiid is, like, single-handedly dragging our teams to 50 wins every season. It might not actually be 50 wins, but it'll be 49. Like, Embiid is insane when it comes to the value he brings, especially in the regular season.
So you like your team's odd to win, like, say, half the games when Embiid don't play? And you're saying 50, right? That means 32 games you don't play. So let's say they're 500 when he doesn't play, and then they're like 4.
If
they're
Embiid
like,
is sorry. Let me just get this off. If Embiid is playing 50 games, they're probably going to win like 33 of them.
And then if they're 500,
Embiid has like a 60-70. He has like a 60-70% win rate when he's on the court. So like, let's say 35. You're telling me the team can't win 19 games? Okay, even if you don't want to say 19 games, 32. You're telling me my team can't go 500?
I am, because I think he's that important. I know, and I like Maxey. But I think Embiid makes Maxey a lot better.
I agree.
Again, see, this is what I'm saying.
I agree.
When I say Plan B, because I need, if that's the case, then I need guys like Watford, and I need guys like, well, then you'll have Adam Bona. I need those guys to like step up and not obviously not bring what Embiid does, but at least hold the fort enough so y'all can win against some of these. Because you never know who Embiid is going to miss the games against, right? He's not going to play the back-to-backs, right?
Yeah.
Is he going to play against the good team and sit out the bad team?
Depends.
Or vice versa?
Me personally, I would do the play against the bad teams, because at the end of the day, it's a regular season. I don't really care if players tell me, oh yeah, you sit out against good teams. Nigga, I don't care. I want to.
So that means you're going to lose the back-to-backs that he don't play, because you're going to, the bad team, the good teams are going to smoke you. You're going to take the easy win, and that's a smart strategy.
To be fair, we've had games against actual good teams and we still beat them. Like the Lakers last year, we beat the Celtics, if I remember correctly.
You
So
did.
no,
Christmas
we
Day.
exactly. So to sit down and say,
Yeah,
yeah,
one of
we're
them
just
weird.
struggling
Yeah,
out.
Celtics were weird like that.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. We always have tendencies of beating teams that you might not think we should beat. Like, and to
I
remind
got you.
yourself this, when Embiid is out, Paul George is still going to be playing. And I get it how you feel about Paul George last year. I felt the same way. He's great defensively, elite defensively, but offensively he was left a lot
He
to be
made more
desired.
podcasts than he made games.
Cool. But the thing is that what I'm saying is offensively last year he was not to his standard. And I think this year he's going to be a lot better. And if that happens, yeah, I think it's very possible and plausible that we are 500 when the beat's not there. And if that's 500, that's what? 35, 16, 51 games?
Yeah.
And
And
I
even
guess
if you shave off 3 games, 48. Shave off 4, 40. What's called 47. We're still above 500.
No, yeah. No, and look, if you get there, then you get to the playoffs, and those guys are healthy, you got a shot. Well, good luck with that.
Hey, that's why do you think I came up here and said we're pretenders? And that actually, let's go back to the Knicks thing. That's why I said I don't care what you have to say about the Sixers, because I'm more harsh on the Sixers than probably what you are. I'm not gonna sit here and say I believe in my team when I'm not necessarily sure about my team. Unlike other people in the chat, Apocalypse. Like I'm not gonna sit here and
Talk
lie
your
to people.
shit, twin.
I don't say to you. I don't know how you can. I don't know how you can sit here and watch OKC blitz the whole NBA for 2 years straight, and you're trying to tell me that they're not better than the Knicks. I don't get
That's the thing. I didn't say that. First of all, I didn't say that.
Not you.
Oh,
I'm
okay,
talking
my
about
fault.
Apocalypse. I'm talking about Apocalypse.
Gotcha.
You saw him blitz the NBA for 2 years straight, and you're trying to tell me that they're in the same contention as the Knicks. What are you?
I mean, look, we'll see. Look, we'll see how it plays out. I do think that those are the two teams. I'll just leave it. My prediction is Denver and the Knicks.
Oh, okay.
But we'll see how it plays out.
Okay.
Hartenstein is that guy, but Hartenstein is the guy that we made, and Hartenstein made OKC that much better. Because remember him being there. He takes the load off of Chet Holmgren. He takes the bumps that Chet Holmgren would otherwise take, and that's a big part of it. That's why you got to remember you're getting through the regular season, then you try to and come playoff time. Everybody's gonna have nicks and bruises, right?
Okay, but Chet Chet was like the best defender in the league in the playoffs.
No, I get that, but see, this is what I'm saying. Without a Hartenstein there, Chet is there taking bumps 82 night, and he just doesn't have the body type to take that beating
in the regular season.
That's why they needed a Hartenstein
in the regular season, right?
Yeah, in the regular season, you got to get through it's like football. You got to get through the 17 games, get to the playoffs, and then you got to be healthy to go through the tournament. You know what I mean?
That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Phoenix.
Yep, let's get Phoenix out the way. I think we all can agree that this is a play-in team.
No. Get them niggas into the lottery, my nigga. God damn.
I think we all can put them in
if I'm gonna be dead ass with you, if them niggas are above the Pacers and the Celtics, I do not subscribe to this shit.
Yeah, I'm going to put them right ahead of
Charlotte. Yeah, having Phoenix above the Pacers and Celtics. I don't care what. And mind you, they're in the heart of conference.
Yeah, but I think Phoenix is much, like.
Do you like the mix? Do you like the mix of Jalen and Booker?
Is the Suns better than the Portland Trailblazers?
Yes.
All right, yeah, I'm good on this conversation now, bro.
Yes.
Living up to his name,
and like I ain't gonna hold you, bro. Like I just think like when it comes to Phoenix, like
you just like Devin Booker. Let's keep it real.
Yeah, just keep it pushing. It's Devin Booker, love. You know he likes his light
And,
skins.
and Devin Booker with
Bro,
KD couldn't make the
like-
playoffs, but without KD, he can make the playoffs.
see, that's when you be all nasty and shit. Because bro, like when it came to Phoenix, it was much more complex.
So they
than
solved
just
those
simply-
issues.
Do I think that they solved the issues enough to be able to make the play-in? Yes, I do.
Okay.
Because even with I think KD played like 60 something games last season. I think
Enough to qualify.
He played 62, and Devin Booker played 7. Devin Booker had to play 75 for those 13 games that he played without Devin Booker. More than half of them shits he had to play without KD, and without Bradley Beal. So part of the reason why I think they had to sit with like a 36-win season was because it was just solely Devin Booker. This upcoming season, respectfully, I'm not saying that you can change. You can swap out KD's production. I'm not saying that
you cannot change.
Bradley Beal. I ain't that high on that. That nigga was given empty stats. It's given. It's given. Just pass me the ball. I'll put some shit up.
No, that's true.
Yeah,
but
he was just they should have never made that trade.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think there's something to be said about having a consistent roster, a consistent structure that's around you, that's going to be there for as many games as you play. So rather than Devin Booker having to play on his lonely with Tyus Jones, Royce O'Neal, I think it was I think it was Yusuf Nurkic, then it turned into Nick Richards, and then like Grayson Allen, which I think Grayson Allen also missed some games too. Like rather than you having to operate under that confine, now you can have a consistent Jalen Green there, who, for better or for worse, Jalen Green is better than Bradley Beal.
He is, but that's my question, Kat.
Having a Dylan Brooks there, having a consistent big rotation, having just consistency, I'm banking on as the reason why they can get into play-in. I'm not saying they should be, at the top of the charts when it comes to play-in, but I definitely think that they should be in the play-in tier. They're that good. That team is that good. And I also think Portland is that good too.
On paper, and that's the problem. On paper, they would go with the. See, my thing. Do you think that him and Jalen Green will have good chemistry? Do they have the coach? Because obviously, you're talking about. This is my issue. They still don't have a point guard. Neither one of those guys are point guards.
I agree with that as a whatchamacallit.
Yeah, so you're gonna have to design a special type of offense to really get the best out of both of those guys next to each other. Now, again, I can tell you that Jalen Green is a better player than Bradley Beal, without a doubt. And obviously, Brooks is not replacing what KD is, but Brooks might be he's not a guy that needs the ball, and he's a pesky defender. So maybe they could build something more for that. But if they don't have the coach to really put that chemistry, because that's an hard chemistry, right? You're talking about two guys that kind of need the ball. Neither one are point guards. They're really two guards. And you're going to expect that those two to create for the rest of the team. If they got a good enough coach that's, inventive enough to make that work, I see it. I can see it. That's what you're saying. But if not, their floor is definitely lottery team.
Oh, no. Okay, their floor, I do think they could be a lottery team.
I need to see the coach that can get those two.
I'm saying their floor is a lottery team. Their ceiling is pretenders. Like they get on a hot streak, a la Sacramento in 23, where they just find something that just is fucking carrying them through, and they just ride the horse all the way into the playoffs as like a top 6 seed or top 5 seed, only for them to lose. I think that's their ceiling. The base, what I think is like, it's just it should be exactly where they're at. Like that sweet middle is the play-in. I think that they're a play-in team at its core.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it's not fair, but I'm not.
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh, and also the coach's name is Jordan Ott.
Never heard of him, but you know what? He could be a genius. We never heard of Spoelstra at one point, right? And obviously Spoelstra is one of the coaching standards today. So, what can you say?
That is facts.
We never heard of what's the guy from OKC? We didn't hear of him. He was Billy Donovan. He was the guy that was coaching their G League team. Guess what? His name is escaping me right now.
Mark Daigneault.
Mark Daigneault. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Mark Daigneault. Yeah.
So during the pandemic, he was coaching the G League team. Now he's a championship coach. So could work.
Yeah, Jordan Ott was the assistant coach for Cleveland, and he was coming from being a head coach at Penn State.
Okay. Sometimes these college coaches hit, but sometimes they're in over their head coaching egos. So we'll see. Jalen Green seems like a decent kid. Once he get over his baby mama issues.
The ironic part is, and Zeno's gonna laugh at this. The ironic part is, I'm saying all of this, and it's based upon me hoping that Jalen Green is gonna pan out better than he did in Houston, which is fucking. That is ironic as fuck.
Now I want to see what y'all got to say about Portland.
Portland to me is a playing team. I think Portland is above the Suns and behind the Grizzlies. I think.
Oh, sorry.
I think what they did at the end of last year was nothing short of spectacular. Then you have to really changing his mindset of understanding that he just can't be stopped getting downhill. His only real issue in his downhill, like his slashing game, is not having a floater. If he develops that, he's just one of the best paint scorers we've ever seen. Not ever seen, sorry, that's a lie. One of the best paint scorers in the league. My bad.
Good take. He's the best player, and I believe he's the best player in the league that most casuals don't know about. And they're gonna see. They're gonna start liking him. Like they're gonna start, And again, I think he has all-star potential.
Is it me?
We'll see.
Is it me, or does Denny give like Franz vibes?
Yes, that's actually someone that I've compared to. The only difference is Franz is just a lot better at utilizing it. I would say he's I think they're both really good at utilizing their strength and using their physicality. Franz just has a better floater. That's one. Two, Franz is also just clearly better as a facilitator, passer, playmaker, and then that also coincides with him being better at the rim. That's But and he's also better defensively. But Denny Avdia has his own wrinkle, which is that he's a very good catch and shoot 3-point shooter at this point in time. Yeah, he's shooting like 40% on I want to say 4 attempts.
I can check it. I can check to be sure.
But that's my thing about Denny. He's really good. They're big. Donovan Clingan had a monster rookie season. Rim protection wise. Sidebar. This Portland team in the next 5 years will be known as one of the best defensive teams in the league. They already have all the all the makings of being a great defensive team. Tamari Carrara is already like a top 3 wing defender in the league. Donovan Clingan came in being a monster rim protector, only having real fouling issues. They have Denny Avdia, who's also a great rim defender. Scoot developed
guys like Grant.
Jeremy Grant too. And then Scoot is also developed into a neutral defender. I think he's actually good to me, but I would say neutral.
He's getting better every day, Shaedon Sharp.
Shaedon Sharp, no, he's the weakest defender in my opinion.
Well, he's the weakest defender, but he is a good bucket getter, and that's people gonna ask where they getting buckets from. Well, between those 3, and then the defensive players around them, they're gonna be I'm telling you, they're gonna be a tough team to win. I actually got them as one of the teams that have slept on. And I think their upside is probably 45 wins. I actually picked them to win 44. And the reason why I picked them to win 44, because I like a guy like Chauncey Billups. I love what I see out of Chauncey. Chauncey's a pretty good coach. And I think he's going to get the most out of this roster.
I don't know if I agree with them having 44 wins, but I do believe that there will be a playing team. And also, I just want to say, Scoot Henderson, the time is now, my guy. You gon' show everybody this season that you deserve to be respected.
More hope than I do.
That nigga is gonna be like a whole
one person we haven't
all-star
mentioned.
level role player. I was calling
one person we haven't mentioned is the old vet, the cat. Number one, to get Chauncey back in that locker room.
You mean Drew Holiday?
I'm not Chauncey. I'm sorry. Dame back in
Damian
that locker
Lillard.
room.
Oh,
But
Damian
they
Lillard.
also got Drew Holiday to be the, the on floor. I mean, obviously this is like, I'm sure he'll probably settle into a lesser role, but he's still, two-time champion, as you know, Kaz. One of the best defenders in the league as well. So when he's on the floor,
One of the
he's going to
best
provide that
defenders.
two-way leadership. That, I think they're gonna be a pretty good team. So there's no talk of buying out. I wouldn't buy him out. I would actually go for it with Drew Holiday. I would go for it with those guys.
And then the other big game, Young Hong Sen, is a really good.
Oh,
good
yeah.
pick.
Steal of the draft.
I fucking
Chinese Joker.
Oh my God. Okay.
And lastly,
on open.
Let me just get one.
Go.
Sorry, my bad.
They still have their other big in Robert Williams, who's still amazing. And then I just want to say last thing. The fact that they have Damian Lillard and Drew Holiday is going to be such great mentors for Scoot Henderson and Shaedon Sharpe.
Yes.
Yep.
All right.
And especially seeing some of the clips we've been seeing of him in the summertime runs, Scoot is feeling far more willing to take shots outside of 16 feet. So
when y'all see that team at like 17-10 on Christmas Day, I don't even know how many games they played before Christmas. When y'all see that team like 8 or 9 games over by Christmas Day, check back with me. I'm just saying.
Oh, so I'm back with my research. So Denny Avia on open 3-point percentage on open threes, which was 411 attempts, shot 37%. However, him on wide open threes, which he took 419 of those, shot 35%.
He shot 37% on 5 attempts. I don't know why I said 40%. He's never been close to that.
But still, like that's crazy. But also, I'm gonna find out if it's league average. He shot 65% at the rim. I didn't know that. I thought he shot.
No, that's not league average. That's
no. He shot 60. Yeah, he
Yeah.
shot 65 at the rim. I was saying I'm trying to see what league average is.
Oh, but he's a big wing. 65% is average for a wing.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We got 3 more? Sacramento lottery team. Put them ahead of.
When you can check.
Put them ahead of Utah.
When you can check for what's his name? Franz Wagner rim finishing as well.
I got you. I can find that right now. Actually, Franz.
Yeah, carrying with the Kings pick.
Oh no, it's just you want me to go into detail about that? So Franz finished wait, did I do it? Yeah, okay, here it is. Franz is finishing at 67% at the rim on 435 attempts. He's 29% on open threes. My God.
Wait, say that again. What was the rim finishing?
67.
Yeah. I could tell.
Yeah. But yeah, no. When it comes to Sacramento, they have no identity. They have a very limited skill set. In terms of being able to have an ability to triumph anything that these teams are going to throw at them during the regular season. Now, do I think that they could be able to rack up some wins because of their offensive ability? Sure. I think Zach LaVine is still one of the best shooting guards, one of the best guards that the league can provide. I think his spacing ability is going to provide a certain level of comfort for somebody like Sabonis, who, with DeMar DeRozan on the floor, it becomes very hard for him to be able to operate in space because defenses can just hone in on him, knowing that DeMar DeRozan isn't much of a threat from the three-point line. And then I think Malik Monk is also Rose said it in the chat, free Monk, because Monk is also in a position right now where there's been a lot of talks about them trying to get him off the books. And I think part of that is because they know that there's a clear ceiling, if a ceiling at all, It might just be straight floor. These niggas might actually just be in the basement looking at the roof of the roof. To what this team can fucking do. This team is not good enough, even if they did make the playoffs, to get any farther than the first round. What? What? And these niggas are not that good to even be much of a fucking factor when if they were able to make it into the playoffs, let alone getting past the play-in. I think New Orleans is a better team. Memphis is a better team. Portland is a better team. Phoenix is a better team. If not for talent, just cohesion and actually having some fucking identity is more of what I'm basing this off of. So no, Sacramento is a lottery team, and they need to get Sabonis off of there. They need to get Monk out of there. They need to find a way to force DeMar DeRozan to retire, and they just pay him his money.
That's some nasty shit, right?
Like like Sacramento is just like they just disappointed the fuck out of me, because I swear after the 23 season, I really thought that they figured something out and Sacramento was going to be competing for years to come, and somehow they found a way to fuck that up. So them niggas are lottery just off of GP. All right, give me San Antonio.
San Antonio. I think I have them in the play-in, but I would have to sit down. I think the play-in. Let me see. Damn, that play-in in the West is gonna be fucking crazy. I probably would have them. You see, another thing that's like throwing me off, right, is that I'm having to realistically see the Pacers being the lottery and the Celtics being the lottery, and I don't agree.
We are moving them. We are moving them. See, I knew. All right, man. Let's go.
Put the Spurs behind the Blazers.
Let's put these niggas here. Fuck, god damn. All right, is that better?
Nigga in the first place, yeah.
Okay, you putting them where?
Between the Suns and the Blazers.
Okay.
Weird ass nigga.
I don't know. I feel like San Antonio is actually a pretender. Look, Wemby, Fox, Vassell, Sochan is still there, so that's a wrinkle. Keldon Johnson, maybe.
My only issue is I just don't see them making it to the offs. That's my only issue. Like, what team do you see that you can realistically say, yeah, they're gonna beat in the play-in?
They're gonna beat in the play-in.
Yeah.
Oh, I could see San Antonio beating Memphis. I could see them beating. I could see them beating Portland. I could see them beating Phoenix.
All of these and all of those I can see them are not gonna be in the are gonna be like the 9-10.
I could also see them. I could also see them beating New Orleans. I could also see them beating Golden State. I could also see.
There you go.
Yeah, I could also see them beating Golden State. I find it hard to really see, especially if they're healthy. If healthy, I don't know if I could see them beating Dallas. But as currently constructed, because we're only in the preseason,
I don't think they can beat Dallas. I genuinely don't think they can beat.
You don't think they can beat Dallas without Kyrie?
No, I think that defense is gonna be a bit too much. I think it's gonna be like this, like 04 Pistons type of shit, where like
both teams.
I think both teams are gonna shoot like shit, but I just think that the Dallas Mavericks is gonna be just enough offensively to get them past that team.
I guess it might be because I believe in San Antonio's offense more than I believe in Dallas's offense. More than I believe in Dallas's offense, that I will put San Antonio over the top in a game without Kyrie. Now, if Kyrie's there and had enough time to get in, reps in chemistry with the Dallas Mavericks, I'm taking Dallas all day long. Because at that point, like Kyrie, De'Aaron Fox, give me Kyrie. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like it with D'Angelo Russell as a backup, Klay Thompson is there. Like they have the shooting, they have defensive versatility, they have a platoon of bigs that could be able to cover Victor Wembanyama and keep him more as an outside force rather than be able to work inward. I would take Dallas at that point. But as constructed without Kyrie on that roster, I can see a path where Wemby is able to wreak havoc at the 3-point line, and there's not a perimeter threat that could be able to match him on the Dallas Mavericks.
I'm just looking at that Dallas Mavericks team and see them have two bigs, like 5 billion wings. I also forgot to say they have Cam. What's his name?
Talking about
Christie.
You talking about Christie.
Max Christie. There you go.
Max Christie.
They even have guard defense. Like they literally have no issues defensively at all.
I agree.
Like
I agree.
That's my scary part. I think they realistically can be like the second best defense in the league. Arguably could be number 1.
Nah, I don't know about them being number 1.
No, because I think they'll have a better rim protecting tandem than OKC.
You don't think Chet Holmgren and Isaiah Hartenstein during the regular season is gonna have? They could just duplicate what they did last season, especially with Chet being healthy.
The thing is, it's not just because you need to remember it's not just AD and Derek Lively. It's also Daniel Gafford. That's 3 bigs who are all great rim protectors.
Oh, that's fine. But it's not just Hardenstein and Chet. It's also J-Dub.
Yeah, you're weird. That's nigga. Yeah, you're weird. That's nigga. You're weird, bro. You're weird.
No, okay. Even if I did agree with that, that's just Dallas. Like, if we think that there's a path that they could be able to beat Golden State, I still think we should put them at least in the contenders, like in front or behind Golden State.
Oh no. But then I also remember I didn't want Golden State in pretenders. I wanted them in play-in. But
did I have Golden State?
Yes, you did have Golden State. Because I would have shitted on them for the.
I'm gonna leave them. I want to leave them in pretenders, but I want San Antonio to go up there. How many is that? What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8. So then this would make it 9.
No, be 10th, or they would be out of the play-in.
Wait, no,
they'll be out of the play-in because they would be 12th. Remember, Pelicans is above them, and the
yeah. Okay. Because I truthfully think that San Antonio. That's your team. I'm gonna leave that there. Toronto, you chose to put San Antonio in playing, so I'm gonna leave them with that.
No, you can switch it out. I can also just move if that's the case. If you switch that, I'll get the Grizzlies to be moved down, bro. Move them niggas all the way into the lottery team. Fuck them niggas. No, I'm joking. Move them at the end of the play though.
Okay, and then put San Antonio here.
Yeah, you can move them up if you want to.
Okay. As far as Toronto goes, I think Toronto is going to objectively be the better team between these 3, between Charlotte, Boston, and Indiana. I think this season specifically, I think Toronto is going to be the best team. Hell, I want to say that they'll be better than Miami. I just can't put them over Miami because Miami's over San Antonio right now, and I don't think that Toronto is a better team than San Antonio. So I'm going to put them here in the play-in. But a lot of great things that they've done over the offseason. Hell, over this past season, trading for Brandon Ingram, I didn't even think that was even a route that he could have took. But the fact that he went to Toronto with the wing that they already have in Scotty Barnes, RJ Barrett coming from New York this season prior, having Emmanuel quickly coming in, and they just continuing to develop a core of dynamic, versatile wings and guards that could be able to not only provide something on the defensive end, but also be able to hone in on offensive values as ball handlers, slashers, and semi-spacers in Scotty Barnes' case. I think that the biggest question that I have with them is how do these pieces fit? Because in theory, having 6'7", 6'8", 6'9" wings being able to cover your 2 through 4 spot sounds like an enticing idea, but in actual practice, as we've seen throughout, decades of people trying it, it doesn't always pan out because maybe, the spacing is too much of an issue. Maybe the offensive load is too much for, those three to bear. But in Toronto's case, I don't think that. I think, and primarily that's because we've seen these players prove themselves individually in a multitude of different occasions. Brandon Ingram finding a way to still be a efficient scoring threat in a non-spacing unit in New Orleans on a consistent basis. RJ Barrett in New York with non-spacers still being able to show his value of being a pseudo floor spacer, and then Scotty Barnes obviously being a wild card with how many turnovers that nigga can rack up, but still managing to show his ability to be able to not only be a spacer, not only be a legitimate slasher, but to also be able to have some downhill playmaking ability developing. I'm very excited to see how Toronto goes. So I'm gonna put them in the play-in. I understand there is a lot of people that's in this play-in right now, so we're gonna slide Charlotte to the lottery team at the top, though. We're gonna put Memphis at the top, though, too. Because that's what 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, at that point, Memphis got to get there. Then 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so that's four play-in teams for each conference. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's 4 people in pretenders. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 3 players in 3
Wait,
teams.
what's that? What's that logo? What's that logo from?
What logo?
This one. That one.
This is Orlando.
Oh, they changed that shit.
Yeah, they changed it.
That's how I was so thrown off. I was like,
1, 2, and then 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 4 niggas in the thing. But yeah, that is the list that we came up on with. And I'm not even gonna lie to you. Aside from maybe like 1 or 2 things, I'm not very mad at this list. I would probably put San Antonio a little bit higher.
I'm mad at the Pacers of this list.
Why? Wait, you think they should be higher?
Let's move on, bro. Let's move on.
Hey, man.
You are what's wrong with this water swing today.
Hey, man. We be out here shooting the shit, chilling, man. 4-hour show. We weren't even supposed to do this, man. Ain't it fun to be back at it, like back in the days, man? It's the vanity days. The vanity days.
Man. Yeah, I love it that it's 6 a.m.
Nigga gotta go to sleep. Nigga, I gotta go to sleep. I got classes tomorrow.
Yeah, you're screwed.
Decisions. C-Dub, you there?
Well, that's on him. Anyways.
Yeah.
I'll see you later. But take care, yeah.
All right, broski.
Take care.
This nigga C-Dub probably sleep. All right, chat. Y'all chill. Keep y'all shit up. Also, please make sure to go subscribe to my channel, Casual Reacts. I also have my primary channel, HoopConductor. I do in-depth analysis on a regular basis. And other than that, man, y'all, if y'all haven't already, please make sure to like this stream. Make sure to subscribe to the GoCast podcast. Make sure to subscribe to 10 Toes Down podcast. And when the season starts, we'll definitely be going live, not just on here, but also on playback.tv. You can go ahead and follow my room. That's what we'll be going live in on a consistent basis. And yeah, man. Well, I'll holler at y'all later. C-Dub needs to wake the fuck up so he can end this. And I'll check with y'all later, man. Peace.
Bye.